Good Good morning, everyone. It is on. Can everybody hear me? All right. Good morning. We're going to start this meeting. It is 9:01 on Tuesday, April 11th. So we will now call this meeting to order. If you could all join me for a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. All right, thank you, everyone. All right, we're going to start the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to have Supervisor Canepa. Can you lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. All right, if you could get a roll call, clerk of the board.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Here.
Supervisor Ding?
Here.
Chairman Rickman?
Here.
For the record, Supervisor Villapadua is absent.
All right, thank you. All right, before we get into recognitions and presentations, just want to go over orders of the day. We are going to pull item 3, which is the adopted 2023-2024 state and federal legislative platform, and authorize the chair to sign a letter of support of Assembly Bill 305, the California Flood Protection Bond Act of 2024. We will pull that into our next board meeting. All right, now we'll jump into our presentation and proclamation. Clerk of the board.
Thank you. Our first recognition is to proclaim the month of April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in San Joaquin County. I would like to invite Lindy Turner-Hardin, Executive Director of the Child Abuse Prevention Council, Ikea Pride Polk, Deputy Director of the Children's Services, San Joaquin County Human Services Agency, and Connor Sloan, Division Director of Early Education and Support, San Joaquin County Office of Education, as I read this proclamation. Whereas child abuse and neglect continue to pose a serious threat to our community's children, and whereas child abuse and neglect is a community problem and finding solutions depends on the involvement of people throughout the community, and whereas all victims of child abuse, whether physical, sexual, emotional, gross neglect, or exposure to domestic violence, should have access to a safe place to live, appropriate medical care, and counseling or mental health services. And whereas parents, guardians, family members, foster care providers, child care providers, educators, law enforcement personnel, medical professionals, mental health professionals, social service providers, and the public all play an important role in working collaboratively to prevent child abuse and neglect. And whereas the state of California has proclaimed April as Child Abuse Prevention Month, now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in San Joaquin County and encourages citizens to work together to support youth serving child abuse prevention activities in their communities and schools during this month and throughout the year. Passed and adopted this 11th day of April 2023. Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. Thank you all for being here. You guys want to say a few words?
Absolutely.
Please.
Chairman Rickman, if it's okay with you, I'd like everybody who is here in support of this proclamation to come up and join me, please.
That's like half our audience.
Yeah. Chairman Rickman and respected board members, thank you for this opportunity to focus our time and attention on public safety issue that is preventable, and that is child abuse. Yes, child abuse and neglect are preventable, and yet each year in the United States, close to 1 million children are confirmed victims of child maltreatment. Here in San Joaquin County, 4 children are abused every day. And we're not talking about bad parenting, right? We're talking about clear, compelling evidence of abuse. In 2021, there were 783 substantiated cases of child abuse, all at the hands of their caregivers. At that rate, by the end of today, another 3 children will have been abused, another 21 children by this time next week, and more than 1,000 children in our community will be abused by this time next year.
Abuse is horrible, and so is the fact that so many children's lives are ended by the hands of their caregivers. Tragically, the number of children who have been killed by the caregivers have doubled since 2020. We are trending in the wrong direction. And yet we know that child abuse is preventable, and vast bodies of research point to programs and services that are effective in reducing the occurrence of child abuse, and we need more of them.
For many children, the effects of their abuse extend far beyond childhood into adolescence and adulthood, potentially increasing their risk for suicide, homelessness, substance abuse, generational abuse, and compromising their lifetime productivity. Recurrent abuse interrupts neurodevelopment, which manifests itself in social, emotional, and cognitive impairments, the outcome of which is the adoption of unhealthy, risky behaviors, which can result in disease, disability, and social problems that make it impossible for these victims to finish school, have healthy relationships, and otherwise thrive. And the costs of responding to the impact of child abuse and neglect are borne not only by the victims and their families, but also by society. The tangible losses add up to more than $260 million per year for San Joaquin County, paid for through services administered to victims through health care, criminal justice, child welfare, education, and other social services. But the intangible losses, the negative toll on human capital, in fact, many represent the largest cost component of violence against children and should be taken into account when allocating resources.
And while we cannot deny the economic, far-reaching negative impacts of child abuse, we must also recognize that all of the public safety issues facing our community today, this one, child abuse, is preventable. These wide-ranging health and social consequences underscore the importance of preventing abuse and other adverse childhood experiences before they begin. Safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments can have a positive impact on the broad range of health problems experienced by many children and the development of academic and life skills that will help each child reach their full potential regardless of their exposure to trauma.
So, in celebration of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month, we take stock and we take a moment to reflect on how we're doing in this regard. The CDC identifies a number of different strategies that many agencies here in San Joaquin County have already adopted in our efforts to prevent abuse and other adversities.
The Human Services Agency partners with local community-based agencies to bring a safety net program that targets support to families that have been reported to child welfare with allegations of abuse, but who do not reach the threshold that warrants child welfare or law enforcement intervention. The intention is to intervene with assessments and bring resources and skill building with the goal of strengthening the family, resulting in stabilization. The Child Abuse Prevention Council is also doing important work to bring awareness about ACEs and its impact on development to medical clinics and other social service providers countywide. And finally, HSA is partnering with the Child Abuse Prevention Council to raise our community's awareness of the role they play in reporting child abuse by engaging in a media campaign that presents a compelling message of prevention and protection, reminding all community members that each of us have an obligation to report something that we see or hear or feel in our gut that makes the hair on the back of our neck stand up or even just makes us look twice. Report it. It is our ethical and moral obligation.
The San Joaquin County Office of Education, the Children's Services Coordinating Commission, the CAPC, and HSA have strong partnerships that deliver many important programs to protect children and strengthen families. And while they are great, the need remains for continued funding and attention to our most vulnerable families. Our approach to child abuse prevention must be system-wide. Child welfare, child support, the Office of the District Attorney, education, law enforcement, public health, behavioral health, these all must work together in full transparency for the good and safety of our children. And this should not be an afterthought, a sort of bottom of the funding stream list or it would be nice to do kind of goal, because as adults and individuals with the power to make change in our community, you and we have an ethical and moral obligation to our children. And when we say our children, we don't mean that literally, right? We mean as a community, because children are children, no matter who they have been born to, and our obligation does not and should not stop with our bloodline.
Nelson Mandela observed that there could be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. There will be at least 21 more children abused by next week, and more than 1,000 more abused children by this time next year. We can do better, and we must do better.
Child abuse can be prevented. Child welfare is a priority that is up to you, to me, to all of us. Every child should know they are loved, they're valued, that they're respected. We can make a safe place for all children, and by working together, we can prevent and end child abuse.
All right, thank you very much for all that great information. Thank you all very much for being here. I'm going to turn it over to our board here real quick. I will start it off with Supervisor Dean.
Well, what I want to thank you for your service, and I have a request of you too. And you just talked about a partnership between law enforcement, the county, and so forth. But I've been spending my first 90 days reviewing job descriptions in this county, and there's probably one of the top two most toughest jobs I've come across is one for those that intercede on behalf of the children to remove them from the homes. The turnover in this position, as you can imagine, is extremely high and stressful. We need more, employees in that regard. So if you have a good candidate, please direct them to HR, because that's, your first line. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. This is my 7th year now up here as a county supervisor, and rightfully so. We give recognitions and as much celebrate the accolades and achievements, and we've got that distinction today for even some of the people in law enforcement. And this is one of the more difficult ones because you wish they were at net zero. There was no more problems, and you weren't here other than to take a victory lap that it's all gone and better now. And that just unfortunately is not the case. And I know that you had mentioned ACEs in your presentation. What we find with the homeless that are struggling is the adverse childhood experiences. And we gloss over it and we put them in a house and we figure, oh, we fixed it because we're housing them out of homelessness, when they have these adverse childhood experiences, so much so that 40% of the people in the Housing First model are dead within 5 years. So this wound from childhood doesn't just go away. I know that we have First Five, we have everybody here, we have a community, we have levels of engagement that we only need to keep to the grindstone, work hard, outreach in every single capacity. Unfortunately, there are gaps in those that slip through the radar and we miss out, and that's tragic because of the cavalcade of problems in a person's life. And really, you understand that a person that's raised in a loving, supportive household sees things dramatically different than a person that survives from a troubled, very damaging childhood. So I know the work doesn't end. We thank and appreciate everybody here, and we hope that we keep, maybe next year we see these numbers coming down from the robust levels of engagement and the care that we all have as a community. But we thank you and appreciate you and recognize the efforts that you all, and we have in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you all for showing up. I mean, we need to have Child Abuse Prevention Year because there's no room for this. I mean, the children are our future, and it takes a gift to do the job that you guys do for seeing all the negativity that comes across your guys' desk and your offices. So being in education for a very long time, I get it that, a healthy mind helps kids grow. With COVID, it's made it even worse. So I want to commend you all on doing a great job for our youth, because without you, they wouldn't have a voice. And that voice is very important because oftentimes they're unheard. So thank you for giving them a voice.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I'll wrap it up again. Thank you all for your dedication and your commitment to our kids, and like you said, our community. It's all of our jobs. We have a job, both you mentioned, both morally and ethically, to make sure our kids are safe. And and that's hey, if there's a violation or crime, we have our sheriff's department, law enforcement to enforce it. It goes to our district attorney, which is here today for prosecution, and even for our teachers. You could say our first line. A lot of times, our first line of defense is, they're at school, they see something wrong, like you say, see something, say something. And so for our teachers, we appreciate the job that they do every day. So thank you all very much, and we at the board appreciate it. And you mentioned funding, and if you look at what this board has done just recently and in the past, our children are our priority, and I believe our funding does show that. So again, thank you all very much. I'm just trying to think how we're going to fit everybody up here for a picture. But what we can do, if I can have the board, except for Supervisor Canepa, because he made a wisecrack when I was down here. No, but everybody on the board, if you could join me. And if we could have all the kids come up. You can stand in the front here so all the adults can be in the back. Then we can get everybody in the picture. Yeah, you guys can stay there. But we can get everybody up front here.
That's a good idea.
One, two, three.
Shannon and I took our kids over there when they were feeling a little unloved and abused.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Really, yeah.
The quietest kids I've ever seen.
Well, have you ever seen Gene's project? Yes. So tomorrow morning, 8:30 in Manteca.
Hello. If you're Shannon, if you're going to say hi to one, you got to say hi to all of us.
Record my good speech.
Again, thank you, everyone. Rochelle, I'm going to turn it over back to you.
Chairman, our next recognition is the proclamation of the week of April 23rd through the 29th, 2023, as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in San Joaquin County. We have District Attorney Ron Freitas here today as I read the proclamation. Whereas in 1982, the President's Task Force on Victims of Crime envisioned a national commitment to a more equitable and supportive response to victims. And whereas this commemorative week celebrates the energy, perseverance, and commitment that launched the victims' rights movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. And whereas incorporating communities' existing experts and trusted sources of support into efforts to fully serve survivors will develop a criminal justice system response that is truly accessible and appropriate for all victims of crime. And whereas with the unwavering support of their communities and victim service providers behind them, survivors will be empowered to face their grief, loss, fear, anger, and hope without fear of judgment, and will feel understood, heard, and respected. And whereas serving victims and rebuilding their trust restores hope to victims and survivors as well as supports thriving communities. And whereas engaging a broader array of healthcare providers, community leaders, faith organizations, educators, and businesses can provide new links between victims and services that improve their safety, healing, and access to justice. And whereas honoring the rights of victims, including the rights to be heard and to be treated with fairness, dignity, and respect, and working to meeting their needs rebuilds their trust in the criminal justice and social service systems. And whereas this year's theme, Surviving Voices, Elevate, Engage, Affect Change, emphasizes the importance to elevate the voices of survivors and create an environment where survivors are heard, believed, and supported to create change. And whereas San Joaquin County is dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for a better future for all victims and survivors. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd through the 29th, 2023 as Crime Victims' Rights Week in San Joaquin County, and its commitment to surviving voices, elevate, engage, affect change, and to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Passed and adopted this 11th day of April 2023. Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. And thank you, DA Freitas, for being here. It's always a pleasure. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman Rickman, County Administrator Wilberding, members of the board. It means a lot to us that you are recognizing our victims, and thank you very much from every member of the District Attorney's Office and myself for proclaiming the week of April 23rd, National Crime Victims' Rights Week. It's exceptionally exciting for us to be here today that this is our 100th day in office and that we are here 100 days reestablishing our focus on victims and making sure that victims are treated with the respect and the highest priority that they deserve. So congratulations to you, Supervisors Canepa and Dean, on your 100 days in office. But make no mistake about it. San Joaquin County, we put victims first. This year's theme, Surviving Voices, Elevate, Engage, Effect Change. Our office will meet our victims wherever they are, in their homes, at their workplace, at their schools, in their streets, in our communities. We will bring our victims justice by ensuring the violators of their trust, their safety, are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We have a week full of events, and you're invited to all of them. We start off Monday, April 24th, with an opening ceremony at the District Attorney's Office. I keep calling it breakfast. They keep correcting me that it's a continental breakfast, light brunch, but we would love to have you there. Tuesday is our Victims' Rights March on the Capitol, where our victims, our District Attorney's Office will join victims across the state and District Attorney's Office across the state. And being at the Capitol and representing victims and how important victims' rights are. Wednesday and Thursday, we have special features. We will have video segments on our website that will be available. Survivor stories from our victims that will help you learn about them and help the public appreciate what they've done. The grand finale is our luncheon on Friday, and you're all welcome to that. It will be at 11:30, and it's going to be in the Diversity Plaza behind the District Attorney's Office. White tablecloth, catered event. All of our victims will be free. And you can sponsor a table. I know the sheriff already has sponsored a table, as many others, but we would love to have you there and have survivor testimonials and hear our keynote speaker, also our survivor victim ceremony. So it's a big event, it's a big week, and let me just say, it does not begin to show the appreciation that we have, one, for our victims and what they've gone through, but two, the amazing people that I have working for me that are fighting for our victims every single day. From our victim advocates, victim witness unit that is going to court, fighting for our victims, and our Family Justice Center, both of whom who are providing award-winning services in our county, that they are fighting for some of our most vulnerable victims, those who have lost loved ones, domestic violence, elder abuse, child abuse, stalking, sexual assault, human trafficking, to just name a few. And also, every single member of my office fights every single day to prioritize victims and make sure they receive the fullest rights of law from every single deputy district attorney, every investigator, every member of the support staff, every single individual, even administration. We make sure that victims are our number one priority. So I have a bunch of them here today, if they could stand up. They are available for questions and pictures, but let me just add 2 cents. You are doing such a valuable work that this week is not enough to thank you for all that you do. Thank you. And I'm available for any questions. And
well, thank you, DA Freight. It's always a pleasure to see you and your team. Thank you all very much. I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I have prepared a 20-page text on what I'd like to say on the record as it relates to the services and the outstanding job that San Joaquin does in relation to addressing and handling victims and their concerns. And there is no crime that's small. I mean, if it's a disruption, somebody steals a wallet, there's a major disruption, and you want your things back, you want your justice, you want somebody held accountable for those that are law-abiding citizens. And then we know that the gamut of crime can be quite extreme. And there are victims left in the wake and devastation in so many capacities, and some that may very well be here. And the very least we could do is be responsive. And to have a district attorney's office that's engaged, to know that the police department is there, our deputies are there, we have a sheriff that stands strong for the principles and conduct of law and order. And I'm proud that we have that in San Joaquin County. I'm proud that we are responsive. We see nationwide, they've decriminalized crime, they're letting, felony offenders out, and within hours they do even worse crimes, even murder, which is irreparable, and so it's devastating in so many ways. So I know that there's a recognition, there's a healing process, there's a level to prove that we are engaged, and this is a great example from your office. And I know that again, all of our law enforcement stands with victims and our human right, our safety, our protocols that we should expect right here in America, in this great country and this county and this wonderful state of California. So thank you for all that you do to the victims, you and your families, those that you stand for, those that you stand up and support. We thank you and appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. That is so very well said. What our victim services are doing, I am not kidding, is award-winning. They are recognized up and down the state. When we go for competitive grants, we are rewarded for this. And these services are provided 24 hours a day. And for the worst of the worst, and sometimes it's delivering death notifications or just holding someone that's lost a loved one. So they're an amazing group, and I'm very proud to be here representing them, that they're part of my team, and thank you for recognizing them.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to say thank you also. We were talking about giving people a voice earlier, and what you guys do is give more people a voice. And unfortunately, in the world that we live in now, there's not a lack of folks that need your services, and that's kind of the more depressing part. Since it's been our 100 days, though, it's just nice to come and see actually people doing good work in the community instead of the negativity that, there's smiling faces, and there's actually someone that people can go to for help. And I think that's the most important part, because in our society, a lot of times people just need somebody to talk to. And I think that's the most important part. I mean, some of these crimes are so egregious and heinous, and it just makes it awful for people, and it affects their lives forever. So thank you for the work that you do. I mean, it's just one person at a time. And I think that's what we all need to do, is try to look out for our fellow human beings, which you guys are obviously doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Campbell, you bring up an excellent point, given the voice, which also, spoiler alert, we're announcing on the 24th at our opening ceremonies that we want to change the narrative from the criminal justice system to the victims and criminal justice system. That our victims are as important in every single part of this process, and we want them to be recognized in that. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
One of the things on our agenda today is, the the swing in getting restitution and things like that. So there's other money coming somewhere from the state, and I have a question on that. You know what I mean? But those are the things that, you know, what are the consequences nowadays for a lot of these crimes? And like you're saying, it's catch and release. And I mean, they're putting, you know, life marks on, you know, folks, and it's just not fair. I mean, and so how does that change? I don't know, but I think it needs to be looked at very seriously.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Congratulations on your first 100 days. Just a couple of words directly to you. You've hit the ground running. You've been very proactive, and the one good trait of a strong leader is someone that's always trying very hard to shine a light on the other people in his department. And I don't hear the word "I" come out of your mouth very much, and it's refreshing. So as far as the program, I'm looking forward to getting to know more about it down the road, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding, and I'll wrap it up. Fred, it's always great to see you and your team. You guys are doing a great job. You know, some of our board members mention it. Too often, our victims seems like they're lost or they're not, you know, taken care of properly. And I can tell you, being in law enforcement myself and seeing the first 100 days of your administration, you know, I'm very impressed, and I know a lot of the, you know, law enforcement agencies are, and, you know, helping the victims out and making sure people are held accountable. I mean, that goes with our sheriff's department, our police agencies, our allied agencies here in the county, and of course our fire department personnel, who a lot of times are, you know, responding, being the first responders on seeing some of these horrific crimes. So thank you all very much. Thank you all very much for taking care of our victims and making sure they have a voice. And it seems like the level of accountability in this state when it comes to crime doesn't seem to be there in statewide. However, in San Joaquin County, I'm proud to live here. I'm proud to be, you know, law enforcement here. I'm proud to be on this board and proud to work with folks like you and people in this room who actually hold people accountable and hold people accountable to the rule of law. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if I could have you and your team.
Only if Nala can be in the picture.
Oh, yeah, of course. And the board, if you could join me down here too, please.
One more, Nala.
All right, Rochelle, let's move on to item number 3. Halfway there.
Our next recognition is being presented by Supervisor Patty of the 3rd Supervisorial District, and this is in response to Chairman Rickman's request to recognize first responders throughout San Joaquin County during the year of 2023. And this recognition by Supervisor Patty is of the Manteca Police Department Interim Chief Stephen Schluler. I would like to invite down to the podium as Supervisor Patty reads the recognition.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you, Chairman, for actually bringing this to each of us supervisors to bring down and to have recognition for those that serve our community very proudly and bravely oftentimes, and in demonstration of leadership. Thank you, sir. Stephen, for being here, Chief. I've got a little bio, I guess. Let me put on my glasses so I get this right. And you have to appreciate law enforcement because a lot of times you learn on the job. So on the resume, he's got under education, he calls it BS, which... Oh, wait, no, wait, I'm sorry. That's Bachelor's of Science for Government and Minor Economics. So I didn't. That's what that means? So we have to really recognize the dedication that you have. And first and foremost, I know your wife and your two beautiful children. Giving a little accolade and recognition of your multiple contributions to the community. You're board member of Manteca Unified School District, director of California School Board Association. You've got years on the past board member for Doctors Hospital, a trustee for Manteca Lathrop Boys and Girls Club, past president, Manteca Police Officers Association. I think that's when we first met.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Chairman, Manteca Police Chiefs Foundation, president, Friends of the Manteca Park and Rec Foundation, founder and past presidents, Friends of Manteca Police Officers Association, member, Manteca Noon Rotary, Kids Sake and Angel Tree contributor, as well as you started off law enforcement in 1987 as a cadet, trainee in 1996, police officer in 1997. So that began your career, which spanned some time and disciplines. Page 2. I love these great resumes of accomplishment. And you really have to appreciate, Chief, that it's an example. These accolades of your contributions and the service to a community is not just a job, it's really a commitment. So rounding out, you've specialized in everything from DUI officer, hostage negotiation, school resource officer, traffic motor officer, Delta Regional Auto Theft Team, Child Abuse and Sexual Assault Team, Robbery, Homicide, Police Sergeant in 2016, Lieutenant in 19, Captain in 2021, and now the Interim Police Chief. You've also received, 3 more here, recipient of the Honorable Don Asher Memorial Police Officer of the Year Award, 2011 recipient of the Manteca Police Department Meritorious Service Medal, 2017 recipient of the J.B. Burkhart Memorial Foundation Humanitarian of the Year for City of Manteca. And one of your famous quotes, and there are many, as you say, at the end of the day, I need to look back on my decision and ask a simple question. Is what we have done doing best for our kids? And we thank you and appreciate that. And again, Chief, I invite you to say a couple words, but I want to thank you for the service to the community, because it's that type of service that makes the community better. And just getting some of these accolades, I'm sure, just scratches the surface of all that you do in that community to not only serve those in the public, but also as an example of leadership and an example for your family. So we appreciate that. I know we've got some law enforcement officers here. We're proud that our deputies and sheriffs oftentimes here, and you're one of the examples in San Joaquin County of excellence. So thank you. Please share a few words.
Well, thank you very much. And I'd like to first say that it can't be done, anything in law enforcement or any career, as that be said, without the support of your family, and without the support. If you don't have the support of a family, there's nothing that really you can accomplish, I don't feel. And so I'd like to thank my wife and my kids the most. Second, I'd like to thank the members of the Manteca Police Department, because that's who it is all about. We have a thing there at the police department. It's a we team, it's not a me team. And so putting our members first, and that's something that I've done in my role as an interim chief, but throughout my career, is putting the members first, and very important. And then that trickles out to your community and serving the community that you serve in. Because I was once told, if you want to be, don't be the problem. If you want to be part of the problem, bring a solution to it. And so that's getting involved in the community and having a positive impact on those people that we do serve. And the children. The children are very important. I served many years as a child abuse sexual assault detective here in San Joaquin County for the Manteca Police Department and with the Manteca Boys and Girls Club. But the children definitely are our future, and we need to concentrate on our kids making sure that they're safe. In that, making sure that they're safe is going to bring them upright, and so they can once sit here or be in my position. That's what's important. Again, I'd like to thank you, Supervisor Patty, and to Chairman Rickman, and to the rest of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. And I know I'm certain some of our supervisors like to say a word or two. Supervisor Ding.
I'll just keep it short and just say thank you very much for your service, and looking forward to getting to know you better. Thank you.
And Supervisor Canepa.
I just think that we need to probably clone you, since all the good work and accolades that you've done. I mean, it's amazing. I was once a school board trustee, and I actually still am. So, I mean, it's those passions, and you could see it. Your smile, obviously, you thanked your family, and that's the most important part. But we talked about it earlier, the victims and having a voice. And I think that that's the most important thing. The things that you've done, the things that you do in the community, I could just tell from the, 5 minutes that Tom or 10 minutes that Tom talked, how valuable you are, a resource. And so thank you for coming. And it's great to have somebody here that has leadership skills and a backing to go with it. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. I know it's widely considered I'm the best supervisor here, but I'd like to give our chairman an opportunity to say a couple words.
Thank you. I think that's the first ever that Tom has actually given the mic to somebody else. So thank you. Right. But hey, Chief, thank you very much for, not just what you do for the city of Manteca, but San Joaquin County as a whole. I mean, as everybody knows, crime is very fluid, you could say. I mean, a lot of the folks that you're dealing with, or as your team, as your officers are dealing with, are not just residents of Manteca. They're residents, from the Bay Area and San Joaquin County, so people commit crime for all over the place. So thank you for what you do, for keeping our citizens and our residents safe. I'm very proud to be on a board that is very, pro law enforcement. And, one of our jobs as elected officials is to make sure our law enforcement folks have the tools that they need and the resources that they need to provide the services that everybody expects. So thank you very much, and God bless you, and God bless your family.
So I'd like to just read real briefly the certificate to our interim chief, Stefan Schuler. Schuler. Schluer. It is Schluer. Okay, I thought so. Your outstanding service to the Manteca community as the City of Manteca's interim chief of police, Manteca Unified School District board member, president of Manteca Police Officer Association, formerly a Manteca Boys and Girls Club trustee, Manteca Rotary member, member of Manteca Youth Softball Association, and coach of Northgate Little League. That's the best name being called coach, by the way, isn't it? So in San Joaquin County, the Board of Supervisors thanks you for your many years of exemplary service, and this is signed by all of the supervisors, including your favorite one, me.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to go out of order here just a little bit, and we're going to have the presentation of the 2022 County Engineers Association of California Regional Employee of the Year for San Joaquin Valley, which was awarded to our very own San Joaquin County Public Works Deputy Director, Christy Rea. I'd like to invite Ms. Ray and Brian Balbus, President of the County Engineers Association of California, and also Director of Public Works, Fritz Buckman, to the podium for this presentation by Mr. Balbus.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. As Rochelle mentioned, my name is Brian Balbus, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here this morning to recognize one of your staff within San Joaquin County. I am the Contra Costa County Public Works Director, and I also happen to be the president, as Rochelle mentioned, of SEAC, which is the County Engineers Association of California this year. Again, it is my honor to be here before this board this morning to recognize Ms. Christy Ray for the award of 2022 County Engineers Association of California Regional Employee of the Year. She has been awarded this award today for the exceptional work that she has done. As a member of SEAC and selected as this year's president of our organization, I feel it is so important to celebrate the incredible work that is done by staff up and down the state of California. The work that they do to serve the residents within, in this case, San Joaquin County is incredible. This is especially relevant on the heels of the COVID-19 pandemic. As I was talking with your Public Works Director, Fritz Buckman, I feel, unfortunately, some of these awards have not been presented in recent years just because of the issues that we've had to deal with COVID. Coming back together in person really is an important thing for us to do to recognize the great work that's been done. And I also think it's especially important to recognize public works employees. And I might be a little bit biased, but it has been an incredible year, as we all know, from a winter standpoint, with all of the significant rains that we received and the amount of damage that we've seen up and down our state. Public service, and I may say particularly public works service, is important. And I think it's important that we're here because this does impact people's lives and their quality of life. Ms. Ray is certainly most deserving of this award. As the manager of strategic initiatives, she conducted many business process reviews, meeting with staff, developing new initiatives and processes to make significant operational changes to improve her department. She was promoted to business administrator and successfully led the implementation of expanded GIS capabilities, a recurring department newsletter, the Public Works Academy training program. She expanded the department's intranet and procured and implemented a computerized maintenance management system and work order system. These improvements have helped her department to better track, analyze, and use the information to better communicate with the public, with elected officials, and employees to better serve the constituents of San Joaquin County. As I mentioned, her title is now the Deputy Director over Administration, and the American Public Works Association recently accepted a proposal by Ms. Ray and the Manager of Strategic Initiatives to present an educational session at this year's National Public Works Expo conference. It will be held in San Diego. Their session is titled Moving Forward Together, Connecting and Communicating with Your Employees. So again, I want to congratulate Christy Ray on this award and for the wonderful work that she has done in helping her, and along with her team, in helping to make San Joaquin County a better place for all the residents.
All right, thank you.
We're coming down. The chairman's coming down. We're not done yet.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christy Ray. I'm really humbled by this acknowledgement. I've been with Public Works for about 5 years, and I'm in administration, and those of us in administration, we're kind of a behind-the-scenes kind of folks, and we get things done, and we oversee areas that make our department strong, so all those folks are out on the road, fixing the roads or our bridges and our solid waste, all those areas. My team, our administration team, are the ones that are making sure people are getting paid, invoices are being processed, and operations are smooth. So I appreciate very much the acknowledgement, and it's certainly a reflection of the success of my team there. And so I thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before you come up here, I want to turn it over to the board for a few words. So Supervisor Ding.
Well, congratulations. And I love the fact that you're being pointed to because, you know, within the administration, you know, if the kids aren't happy, nobody's happy. And you got to have, probably Public Works praise comes out of my mouth more every single session because that's who I've been dealing with for the first 100 days. And when you run into guys out there in the pouring rain and they're up in the trees and you see them the next morning and they're still there and you check on them and see how they're doing and they're great. They're happy. And that starts from the top. So congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And it really is fantastic. We have a moment of accolades. Oftentimes you work in autonomy and just every single day. And as our chief from Manteca had just mentioned, it really is about problem solving. And every single day, new challenges come about, and you have a vast county to deal with a myriad of issues that arise any given moment. And you're handling that with stealth and with great leadership from our director, and we truly appreciate it. And to Contra Costa, no, she's not hiring. You can't recruit anywhere else. She stays here. This is home, and we appreciate her, and thank you for the recognition.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Canepa.
I love it because everyone knows Wes Ray from Visit Stockton, Mr. Do-all, and it's great behind every great man is a better woman. So
is Wes your dad? Wes your dad?
So yes. So, but it's great. I mean, I came from the city, and Jody Almasi was a public works director, and so having women in support roles like you're doing makes me happy. And so when we came out, obviously Gina and I kind of messed up. We went to Public Works a week early because we were so ready to come and visit you guys. But the presentation that you did that day was above board and very welcoming, and we learned so much that day. But this is about you, and I think it's important because women in Public Works, whoa, not the most fancy, appealing work in the world, but what you do and the way that you own it is amazing. And when I met you, and our paths have crossed, but I just want to congratulate you on your great work and what you do for the department and the county. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And I'll wrap it up here. Congratulations on a honor, very well deserved. Public Works is probably the department that I talk to the most, and all of us talk to Public Works more than most departments, and how efficient it is run, the dedicated personnel, people like you that keep it running. So thank you very much, and please don't ever think that we don't see the work that you do or the work that your whole team does, because we do, and we do really appreciate it. So thank you, and God bless. And if you would join us up front here for a quick picture. Michelle.
Okay, next we have the recognition requested by Supervisor Patty of the 3rd Supervisorial District, and this is of the Valley Regional Emergency Communications Center, which was awarded the Accredited Center of Excellence by the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch. And I would like to invite Rick Silva, the manager of VREC, down to the podium for this recognition.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It gives me a great honor in San Joaquin County from my office and representing all of the supervisors to recognize and thank you, Mr. Silva, for being here, accepting on behalf of VREC. Congratulations to all of our emergency dispatchers who answered those calls many times during the course of a day, saving lives. The organization is recognized next week at the Navigator 2023 conference in Denver. VREC has been recognized by the International Academy of Emergency Dispatchers as an accredited center of excellence for emergency fire dispatching and receiving their 3rd accreditation this year. They are only one of 35 centers worldwide to receive this recognition, and first in the state of California in 2017 to achieve dual ACE recognition, EMS and fire. I want to thank Montezuma Fire Chief Ed Martell for bringing this to our attention and an opportunity to give you this recognition. So a few words, please, and then we'll go to the board.
Yes, I'd like to bring up my fire chiefs. If they'd like to come up, they're here with me. This is part of my team. The rest of my team is back at the comm center taking care of people in their time of need and making sure they're answering their phones. But these folks right here are part of this recognition. I appreciate the time in front of all of you today. It takes a team to make things happen. We like to be the unsung people, the people that you hear on the other end of the phone, that calm voice, that person that you hear all the time but you seldom see. This recognition is voluntary. It's considered the gold standard in our industry to achieve. Oh, I'm sorry. Usually I can just talk. So it's the gold standard for our industry to achieve. So we don't get this achievement without these folks behind me supporting us. It's not a matter of what do we need to do, it's how can we help you. And it's also the team that I have back at my office in the comm center answering those phone calls, people in time of need, taking care of them as if they're their personal family member. And it's all of us together that are taking care of the citizens of San Joaquin County. So on behalf of all of them, I will accept this, and I thank you for your time.
We thank you, and I know that Supervisor Camp would like to say a couple words.
I knew there was Dispatcher Week because I was going to obviously do that for our awareness, but I think that's always the thing for me is that when you do call, the professionalism and making that calmness, you know what I mean? People, when they call, are not usually of the sound mind because it's usually an emergency what they need. So I've always appreciated that, and I think you are the unsung heroes because a lot of the life-saving techniques and the advice that you give through the trainings that you guys get, I think is what makes calling and dispatching a job that is much appreciated, at least by me. So thank you very much for the work that you guys do. Appreciate it.
And Supervisor Ding.
Yes, thank you. I mean, you are the difference between life and death. You are the first line of care that people hear and see, and that's what you hear most. You know what happens when you pick up the phone and call. So thank you for your professionalism and congratulations on making San Joaquin County the best again.
And Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, and congratulations on a job well done and award well deserved. You know, our men and women of the dispatch centers, the communication centers, do an absolute fabulous job. And you know, you don't hear about them or you don't talk to them until that time you need to dial 911 and get a hold of somebody, and making sure that person there is, you know, well, I'm going to say they're already dedicated, but to get that call out to whoever that call needs to go out to, be it the fire services, fire departments, or the police services. And what people don't realize also is that the long hours that our men and women work in these communication centers handling these types of phone calls, and the stress and, you know, with the long hours, that it does take a toll, and we all recognize that. So, you know, thank you to the men and women. Thank you all for being here, and God bless you all for the job that you do. We appreciate it. If you want to join us here, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I know I really appreciate the Chiefs being here. I know you oftentimes say I'm your favorite supervisor, so glad that you're all here. Let me read the proclamation real quick and take a photo. So we have Valley Regional Emergency Communications Center, VREC, the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch, acknowledging your organization as an accredited center for excellence for emergency fire dispatching, your third accreditation this year. This exceptional achievement counts you as one of the 35 centers worldwide to receive this honor, and the first in the state of California since 2017 to achieve dual ACE recognitions, EMS and fire. Congratulations for your outstanding accomplishments presented this day of April 11th, 2023, signed by all 5 supervisors. So please come up for a photo.
All right, clerk of the board, we have one additional one.
We do, and unfortunately, our retired purchasing director, Johnny Terry, couldn't be here today, but I do want to read the recognition for his service, which is presented again, like I said, to retired purchasing department director, Johnny E. Terry Jr., for his nearly 10 years of service, December 2014 to March 2023, which would have been presented this date of April 11th, 2023. But like I said, Mr. Terry unfortunately could not be here today. Chairman Rickman.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. Well, you know, even though he is not here, we are going to recognize him for his outstanding service to this county. So I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Canepa. We're going to say a few words.
I just want to say thank you for your service. I actually did get to call him on a pool, so he was very quick to get back and have the information that I needed. So hate to see you go, but congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Mr. Terry, enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And Supervisor Dink stepped out real quick, so I'll just wrap it up here real quick to say thank you and enjoy your retirement to Mr. Terry. You know, hey, you worked a long career. You know, enjoy it now with you and your family. Go out fishing and, you know, enjoy life. So again, thank you very much for your service to this county. And Supervisor Dink just walked in. I'm going to let him say a few words real quick.
Well, I look forward to congratulating him in person. So thank you. Is this about the recognition?
Yes, sir.
The speaker's not working too well back there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. That's our recognitions and presentations. All right, we're going to jump into public comments here. Now the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a consent form a comment form if you address the board in person, which I have received several here. And just, you know, those of you that have been here before know that you are limited to 3 minutes to address the board. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and start with Marilyn Hammond.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
I would like to, I had really two comments, but I submitted one online for the later on in the meeting, but I can't stay that long. So for the grant, the $5 million grant. Specifically, I wish that you would look at my online comment. I submitted item 6.2 recommendation from the Tetra Tech report that's very concerning to me, and I believe that some of that money would be spent on implementation in that area. So just a shout out for that. And then for the rest of my comment, I would like to start by thanking you for putting the Citizen Election Advisory Committee in place. We do appreciate this effort, but we do feel like there's a lot more work to be done. SJCRA has been working on election integrity for years, and indeed this is a very serious topic, not only in San Joaquin County, but all over the nation. So I'm joining my voices with the rest of my people to require ID to vote, clean up the voting rolls. We've provided evidence this is needed, continue with one-day in-person voting and advertise it so people know they can do it. Let the polls count the ballots in person and all mail-in ballots to that precinct. Mail-in ballots are not private. They should be reserved for the exception, not the rule. The Shakir Khan case has validated our position. Drop boxes are not secure. Anyone can put as many ballots in the boxes as they want. Either do away with them or have 24-hour security camera on them at all times. I did it in less than 3 minutes.
Well, thank you.
So thank you very much.
All right, have a great rest of the day. We'll move on to Pat Barrett?
Chairman Rickman, I want to thank you for the encouraging words that you expressed to me, that it is good that all of you hear what goes on out there with the unhoused and are concerned, because I love advocating for them and happy to keep you informed. I also want to thank Supervisor Patty and Canepa for coming to the City Hall and being a part of the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee. It was very encouraging to see our county interacting with our city and providing the feedback. Because it is so important to give back to our cities and our county to the people as we once knew it. But I come here today to tell you a story that happened last week. Last Saturday, I went to one of the camps behind Big Lots on Country Club, which I interact continuously. You had met one of them a few months back. I brought a couple of them. But their faces were all low. And I'm like, what's going on here? Why is everybody looking so sad? They went on to proceed to tell me that Caltrans had given them a 72-hour notice. They moved their camps. Caltrans never showed up. They moved back. Caltrans showed up with bulldozers and other heavy equipment, going through all of the belongings, the little belongings that they had. And I just want you to think that, you know, here we have houses, we have our pictures, we have our families, all our memories are in them, which is equivalent to what they have, okay? It's just a different scenario. And I asked them, I said, what happened? They said, well, they bulldozed everything. We've lost our tents, we've lost our belongings, you know, and your heart feels for them. There was nobody there to give them support. They were totally lost. You know, Supervisor Patty, you've talked about services. We need services. These guys had no one to turn to, you know. It was sad just to be looked at like that. How do you fix the problem? Well, I went on Sunday. I went down and I passed out Easter plates. Even though I passed out Easter plates and they were thankful, there was no comfort in it. There was no joy this time. Christmas and New Year's, they were, you know, happy. This time it was just a plate of food, you know. But I wanted to say that because there's somewhere in our world that we have to be a part and accountable for this. And we heard the other day, be patient, but you know what? These guys and us, you know, we need to stop being patient and start trying to find solutions. And we need to make that remarkable victory this year, if at all possible. For this, I tell you, thank you, and please be mindful that they are out there and they are hurting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alex Eliphas.
Morning, Board.
Morning.
I'm glad that we recognize the victims of crime. And of course, the solution is do away with Prop 47. Supervisor Canepa, Rickman, Patty, Ding, you guys could get together with all the counties of California and say, and put on an initiative funded by a lot of cities and counties to do away with Prop 47. Or a comment. Just a suggestion. There are solutions. But another crime was perpetuated against the people around the world. It's the COVID-19 vaccine bioweapon. And today I read a comment on Natural News. Dr. Douglas, an oncologist in the UK, wrote an open letter to the editor-in-chief of a UK medical journal called BMJ. The doctor warned of the harmful effects of the COVID-19 vaccines, because cancers and other diseases are quickly progressing among vaccinated people, those who got the COVID-19 shots and the boosters. Douglas added the link with clots, myocarditis, heart attacks, and strokes. And those vaccinated actually are having cancers coming back in aggressive forms. No one is talking about this. And people across Europe, in Italy, the UK, France, they're going around with pictures of those that died suddenly. Lodi News Sentinel, there's an obituary right here. 2 people, may not mention names. One guy born 1980. They didn't have the reason here. I kind of have my suspects. One lady here, age 46, stroke. Now you make the conclusions, folks. Even funeral operators and doctors are talking out about this. There's excess deaths going on. Someone should be held accountable. And by the way, we need to ban the voting machines. Shasta County is one example. The first county has come out to ban the voting machines. This county could basically do it. You have the example, Shasta County. Contact the supervisors. We have an example. We have solutions. There are stuff being done. Paper ballots, same-day voting, the Amish way. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Carla.
So it's Huney. You'll remember it. It's okay. So good morning, Chairman Rickman and members of the board. I'm going to speak today about the fraudulent rolls that have come to my attention in this county. I won't name the town we're talking about, but in 2020, 35,000 registered voters that voted. Then in the recall in 2021, they had 75,000, which is more than the population of this particular town. And then in 2022, it went back down to 45,000. You know how hard it is to reduce the rolls? I don't know how this happened. That's 30,000 people that get eliminated. It's impossible. So something that the new committee could look at. Also speaking of Shasta County, so they're the Board of Commissioners up there. They voted to do away with the Dominion system. And then 2.5 weeks ago, they voted to go back to hand counting. I couldn't find anything to say how they were going to do that yet. I don't know that they know yet. But that is the first county in our state to do that, so it is possible, okay? And then I just want to bring up what I talked about 2 weeks ago. We need to figure out a way when somebody votes that their ballot gets marked that it was counted. So, thank you very much, and I appreciate all your work. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Molly Watkins.
Good morning. Just wanted to say I'm so excited that the committee is going to get off the ground and get going. We need to just focus on understanding the system. The system is flawed, the system is crooked, and it's not San Joaquin County, it's the system. The federal statutory that they wrote the system under is goofy. I've read many, many pages of it. The state has not helped that anything. Anyway, we need to understand it, figure out the flaws in it, and fix all the flaws that we can in our county, and then join the other counties as Shasta and push forward to make change, because our vote is so very, very important, and we all got to work together to fix it, and it has to start right here at this level, because we have a sheriff who will prosecute anybody who doesn't do what they're supposed to do in the law of election. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Dominic Gully.
Pleases the board. My name is Dominic Gooley, civil engineer and licensed land surveyor. I feel compelled here in Christy Ray being acknowledging her today because I'm a land surveyor in this county, and I've been surveying for over 30 years and started in Vermont, and it's always very difficult to find survey maps and stuff like that. And I came to the county, they had a pretty good system, but it used to take 4 to 8 hours to find the maps for a certain piece of property. And now, thanks to Christy, we can go online and literally in 10, 15 minutes find all the maps that we need and do projects a lot faster and a lot more efficient. But the reason I'm here today is because of the Prop 218 election that's coming up. You know, I'm from Massachusetts, and in Massachusetts we learn in grade school about the Sons of Freedom, or Sons of Liberty, that protested the tax that England was implementing on us back on our tea. And, they protested it, and they threw all the tea in the Boston Harbor. And that's what led to the United States Revolution, and that's why I'm here in front of you today, being able to speak freely. Anyways, I submitted a very detailed response there. I did a public records request to the Department of Resources, Water Resources, and I got all the information from the Geotechnical Levee Evaluation. It's probably the largest levee evaluation program that was ever done in the country. It evaluated all the levees in Stockton. So yesterday I spent the day getting all of our levees, most of our levees here that are relevant with this Prop 218 election. And I printed all the summaries from there showing which sections of levee needed work, what kind of work they needed, and how much it cost. And I tallied it all up and I put it into a table. And you can see, according to the Department of Water Resources, there's somewhere between $86 million and $142 million of work required to get the 200-year level of protection. So why we're spending $1.4 billion to work on levees that apparently don't need any work, I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. And I've heard Paul, you know, as a politician, you don't want to be the one to say, oh, we didn't take the money because of this or that, or Sacramento. Also tallied some of Sacramento's levees, where according to the same reports, they require over $2 billion of work on their levees. Again, us, 80 to 142 million. Sacramento, $2 billion. So I think we need to look into what that report says, delve more into it, because there's a lot of engineering on paper that you can do that can solve these problems. Not having SAJAFCA steal our money. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Melanie Knott.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chairman Brickman, members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a resident of San Joaquin County. I'll start again with two quotes from our founding fathers. First, George Washington, and the second one from Samuel Adams. George Washington said, "It is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly implore his protection and favor." And Samuel Adams said, "The liberties of our country, the freedom of our civil constitution are worth defending against all hazard, and it is our duty to defend them against all attacks." Well, I'm no Paul Revere, but I will continue to alert and warn this Board of Supervisors and county residents of impending danger. Our county elections have been replaced by selections and are unsecure. There is foreign interference. Voting machines are vulnerable to hacking. And early and universal mail-in ballots disenfranchise legal, eligible voters. People, I'm a concerned citizen and a constituent of San Joaquin County, giving a voice to a serious matter that affects many San Joaquin residents who may not be aware that their sacred right to vote is and has been under attack. Why is this so important? Because our sacred right to vote allows us, the eligible citizens, we the people of San Joaquin County, the right to choose our representatives by honest, fair, and transparent elections. Let me change directions for a moment and make a brief comment about the COVID-19 pandemic response after action report improvement plan, which will be discussed later today. This is also an attack that our constituents have been alerting and warning you about. The Constitution and the state constitution gives you, the Board of Supervisors, our local representation, authority, and sovereignty over these matters, which should not be given up or away. Your constituents, the citizens of San Joaquin County, must have a voice in this matter. I'll close with this. Stop and put an end to the COVID-19 report. I know it's been pushed aside, but the Voters' Choice Act, no, we should oppose it. Thank you for recognizing the need for a Citizen Election Advisory Committee. Clean up our voter rolls, get rid of the machines, implement voter ID with paper ballots, stop sending universal mail-in ballots, emphasize smaller precincts where ballots can be counted by poll workers, and return to one-day ballots voting. Matter of fact, make election a holiday, make election day a holiday, and God bless you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Denise Aguilar.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to bring attention to a state bill proposal, AB 1090. This is authored by Assemblymember Sawyer Jones. This bill would authorize the Board of Supervisors to remove a sheriff from office for cause by a 4-5 vote after the sheriff is served with a written statement of the alleged grounds for removal and the sheriff is provided a reasonable opportunity to be heard regarding an explanation or defense at a removal proceeding. The bill would authorize the Board of Supervisors to establish procedures for removal proceedings. As we saw in the debacle of 2020, where public health orders, without mincing words, were tyrannical, expecting sheriffs to arrest anyone not complying with public health policies set forth by unelected representatives, such as arresting people on beaches, we saw sheriffs not enforcing unlawful policies like the LA County Sheriff protecting the people's constitutional rights. According to the California Statewide Law Enforcement Association, sheriffs, like County Board of Supervisors, are elected and held accountable by the voters. Shifting power and accountability from the voters to the board risk injecting politics and petty disagreements into the removal of a sheriff, overriding the will of the voters. By nullifying the will of the voters, the Board of Supervisors will become the judge, jury, and executioner of the office of the sheriff. These decisions are best left to the voters. This bill is being heard today in Public Safety Committee, where Sawyer Jones is the chair, and the bill will pass out of committee today. And it will pass quickly to the assembly floor. I urge you as the board to oppose this bill and encourage the sheriffs around California to stand together to stop it. We are calling onto Carlos Villapudua as the chair of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus to stop this extremism. Local control is everything. You guys know that. And being able to oust a sheriff from a board of supervisors is tyrannical. We have a vote. We should be able to vote in our sheriffs, just as you guys are voted in. To have a committee vote out a very important position like a sheriff is a very dangerous policy. So the bill is going to be heard today at 1:30, again in the Public Safety Committee, not in Judiciary, and this will pass out. And it will pass quickly onto the Assembly floor, going to the Senate, where we have absolutely no chance at defeating this bill. So I hope that you contact Carlos Villapudua as we have this new bipartisan caucus. It's very important that this bill gets stopped. Otherwise, County Board of Supervisors will be able to remove elected sheriffs. Thank you. AB 1090. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Jim Shoemaker.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
I want to bring up a few things, mentioning what was just brought up by the previous person, AB 1090. It'd be great if all 5 of you would come out with a resolution against this and bring that up, because we need to protect the liberties of the people of this county. And this approach as what was just mentioned, to remove a sheriff that we the people can elect, defend our rights and our liberties. So it'd be nice if you'd take that on. I also want to thank Tom and Steve and maybe a couple of the other of you have received this. But the Tetra Tech report I want to talk about, this 252 pages that you guys will be bringing up later, number 5. I just want to mention that Tetra Tech did not adhere to the guiding principles of the federal government documents. Their recommended best practices have caused and will continue for the foreseeable future to cause irreparable harm to the public and to our economy. I would like you to take a real good view of this and not approve this $5 million. We do not need any more government intrusion at this level. We need you gentlemen who are elected to maintain control over our health department and anybody that has the ability to impact the freedoms of the citizens of this county. You know, that is the main duty here. And reading this report, which I have not totally gotten through because it's a lot of time, but in what I have and seen where they're going here to increase their authority, to supersede your authority at a time if the federal government or state government decides to step in. I was pleased to have Tom talk to me about this, and we discussed the fact that sometimes the federal government will mandate positions and that we're supposed to follow them. But you know what? That's your power at a local level to protect us, the citizens of this county, when a higher authority supersedes their authority. So I'd like you to reconsider doing that. And I also want to say thank you very much for your moving forward with the election integrity. Thank you very much, and God bless all of you.
All right, thank you. Lauren Daniel.
Alleluia, alleluia, alleluia. Happy Easter, everyone. It's the year 2023, after the ascension of Christ. We are now living through him working through all of us. I brought my mother to remind me to be best behaved. So I'm here today again to ask for an emergency work stoppage of all programs relating to the contract of PHEP with the state of California. They are in violation of civil and criminal proceedings of the state of California. Also, it seems that the government will take on my private health care data as their property and do what they see fit, which is a violation of HIPAA. In addition, since it is Child Abuse Month, I would like to bring up the fact that the illness and illness prevention program of the local educational agencies, and due to the recommendations of the local health officer, is suffocating children in a non-permitted confined space condition that violates the Code of Federal Regulation. I used the Williams Settlement Act to alert them of the emergency condition, as it is my right to inspect it. There is no proper ventilation which allows the children to breathe without having oxygen deprivation. In addition, there's weather at school. There's a climate coordinator. But the word climate in this meaning is not of that. It is a communistic meaning, which is to censor people into a public belief of how we are supposed to think and act. I created the PPC in direct opposition to the centralized government model of the CCP, which is known as a monopoly. They are monopolizing our energy, they are monopolizing our water, and they are monopolizing my child. They are injuring my child. It's all here in this report, which is public record. She also censored my claim and didn't put it through to the risk management capital. And do you want to know whose fault that is? It's the safety manager's fault. They failed to use an illness injury prevention program that protected the children. I reported 2 incidences to them. My daughter's hands peeled and my other daughter's nose bled. I reported to you after I was told I couldn't pray in the front row and was escorted out last year. I promised the sheriff I wouldn't bring my candle this time, so I did that. I will comply with all the rules of the state of California. But when they injure and abuse children with their communist programs that violate our laws, I have serious problem with that. And I will be working with the claims department of the county to address these issues, since there are managers, and authorized signers who are supposed to protect the children from policy and procedural changes. And I will leave this with you as a transmittal with my paper.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all the public comment forms I have received. Is there anybody else wishing to address the board at this time? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board, and we will move on to the approval of minutes. And these are for Board of Supervisors, the regular meeting on March 14th of 2023. If there's no questions or changes, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I get a second?
Second.
All right, can we have a vote, please? All right, it's adopted 4-0. Move on to consent items 1 through 29. Anybody from the board wishing to pull anything from consent?
4.4 and 4.8.
So number 4?
4 and 8, yeah. Sorry.
4 and 8. All right, so we have 1, and I'm going to pull 10 and 11. 11 is the request of our CAO. So we'll want to go ahead and start with number 4. What do you need?
I just had a question. So I was talking about that earlier, how they have, you can't get restitution and things like that. So the dollar amount was less. So I was just wondering what the difference in what we're allotted, where does that money used for?
Do you have anybody to answer that?
Part of it, the money went to sheriffs and part of it went to probation.
I'll handle that, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor Canepa. Mohetef from our department has prepared the letter.
What the excess, so can you kind of explain to that? Because they were talking about we don't get the restitution money and things like that. So there's a budgeted amount. So there was 2, part of it went to the sheriffs and part of it went to probation, but the amount was more than the people that those 2 departments were using. I was just wondering where that extra money goes.
Yeah, so both departments are intending to use that money for programs and services that were tied to the civil assessment fees that were repealed.
Okay, so that can be used other areas, not just for the, because I was just wondering how they got to that number amount, if that was the number that was in the past that we got from those.
So this is a new backfill revenue that has come through the state, and the state used a funding methodology to apply to San Joaquin County and across the counties throughout the state.
Okay, so they could use those in other programs that would
they're
do the same purpose of the restitution and what have you.
Right, exactly, and they're encouraged to, yeah.
Okay.
And since it is a new program, I believe the state is going to be assessing it, which is why they require a report to be sent to them so that they will evaluate the use of those fundings.
Because it's like $1.3 million.
1.3, exactly.
1.33 or 3.2. Okay, I was just curious because I didn't have time to call and ask, so I just wanted to bring that up. So Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
You might hurry up and get up before Canepa or Supervisor Canepa asks you anything else.
Yeah, all right.
I'll behave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mo.
You had number 8 too.
Oh, I was just wondering, so a lot of the times it says no net county costs. And that, I was just curious to what that means. And obviously the money's got to come from somewhere and pay somebody, and I don't know if it's restricted funds or non-restricted or how that works. So
Good morning. Through the
morning.
Supervisor Canepa. These
wage increases for our physicians are at San Joaquin General Hospital. And so their funding, we don't have the direct county contributions. Those are through those enterprise funds that are going to support those increases to the physicians, hopefully revenue offsetting those. So it's not a direct county cost contribution to to pay for those wage increases.
So these are unrepresented folks, obviously, right? So
Correct.
then that's how, so they're negotiated through the committee out there, or, I mean, so who decides?
So for all of our unrepresented and actually represented employees, Human Resources brings to the board in closed session those and seeks your authority for increases for all of our groups, and that would include represented physicians.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the board? Item. And none? All right, thank you very much.
I'll just stay because I think I have a couple.
All right. Just item number 10. Just one quick question. I didn't see it in the ordinance for this new position. Who do they respond to? I mean, it's to the board, but I know I mentioned who would be the chair, so they would respond directly to the chair.
So I believe the way the specification was designed, it does acknowledge the chair of the board, representing the Board of Supervisors, and also that the clerk of the board could provide some administrative direction as a staff to the office, as she does with the other staff that are in the office that aren't your direct chiefs of staff.
Okay. Just want to make sure it's in there so that the chair of the board, who that position would respond to or report to, so this individual wouldn't have 5 or 6 different bosses.
Yeah, so in the class characteristics for the position, it does say that the position will represent all members of the board, but may receive administrative direction from the clerk of the board or other high-level staff. So we can clarify that to make sure that it identifies that the chair of the board could, the person maybe who is doing evaluations and that type of a.
Well, this is, this position is very important. What my worry is you have 5 or 6 different people giving this one individual instructions, and you can imagine, who do you respond to? How do I supposed to do this if, I don't have enough hours in the day or the week because I'm getting pulled in all these different directions. So somebody's going to have to be the boss or the person who lays down the ground rules, at least for that time, and that's usually the chair.
If I may suggest, we could work with the chair and the clerk of the board to provide some, what we might consider like administrative guidelines, so it doesn't have to be necessarily part of the job specification, but basically lay out some general directives so that the staff are aware of how your procedures would work within your office to ensure that person has clear direction.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure what you're discussing doesn't get in the way of deliverables, and that is one of the reasons we're doing this is, it's our responsibility to communicate with the constituents. One of the frustrations I had during the public emergency with the flooding was trying to get out a media advisory to tell people what's going on, and everybody from the janitor to the ice cream maker and everybody else had to sign off on it, and it took 3 days. So while I understand we don't want to bombard one individual with 5 requests, I also want to make sure that we're not putting this, new checklist pipeline in place that stymies what we're trying to accomplish too. And I don't think you really need written guidelines. I just think we need to all understand that, information is timely and valuable and it needs to get out. So, but at the same time, one of us might come up with some wacky idea that you don't want to advise the press from. So just some things that we're going to have to consider.
No, absolutely. And, you don't want a bureaucracy get in the way. My worry is you can't have 5 different bosses. Is if there's, things that need to go out, but you have 5 different individuals that want to get something out, you have to have somebody who says, okay, this is the way we're going to go forward. And again, if the board disagrees with that, at least there is a process of bringing it back to the board for a clarification or a change. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'll echoes Supervisor Ding's sentiment, and just for clarity, as we all know, not one supervisor has power or authority above each other. So a PIO is not working just for the chair, but like it's, as in the job descriptions, talking about newsletters, things. I could foresee a monthly newsletter going out, which means that you would need to engage with, and I've seen this done in other counties, you need to engage with each supervisor, supervisorial district, what's new, what's current, what's hot, what's not, whatever might be fun and catchy and informative from each supervisorial district. So if the chair wants to look at and have a review position and be a direct contact or conduit, but each supervisor should have equal access to and say, hey, I've got something I'd like to get out or share with. And I mean, I don't know that it's going to be inundated 8 hours a day, that one person is going to be just overflowing with too much engagement. But I do think that during the course of a week or every couple of weeks, there might be something we need to get out or include into a newsletter that is distributed to the county so that residents in the county intersect throughout the county and they have information, they understand what's going on, current events, flood issues, road closures. I mean, there's a myriad of things that are happening that are important. And what's important in my district may not be important in others' districts, but it should have given some relative and certainly not abusive level of engagement by whatever process that can be. I know that there's pictures that we take here that, you can have a PIO, somebody that works up and posts out on each supervisor has a social media, something, that person can maybe post up some pictures for us. Some of us are adept at things like that. Some of us are not. So I can see great utility, and that's one of the initial reasons why, and I proposed this 6 years ago, because I felt that there was a need in San Joaquin County for the supervisors to have someone being a conduit to information to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
I just had, so where in the language are you going to put that? So on page 372, it says Rule 3, Section 3 of the Civil Services Rules. Can you explain that to us? Under definition.
So that's kind of standard language we have in our specification, which just talks about that people can be assigned ancillary duties other than those that are specified in the typical duties on the job specification. In that following paragraph, which is the class characteristics, is typically where we present language that shows reporting structure or reporting relationships. So we could clarify, if the board determines that was appropriate, reporting relationships or who's responsible for evaluations. Another option would be to include it, like I said, in maybe some departmental policy guidelines that helps kind of flush out some of these issues for the practical implementation of the classification.
And then, so where, I mean, and I'm new to this, so I don't, the confidential part, where's that?
So that actually will be on the resolution for the second item that will come before you. So this action today doesn't allocate the position.
Okay.
And that will be part of the resolution when we do allocate the position.
Or it has to come back to the board twice, right? So any additions today make it go out 2 more times, or is it just 1 more time after this?
Just 1 more time after this. So on the 25th, HR will come back with a second item. The board will assign the salary and allocate the position. And in that action, you identify what representation unit it belongs to. In this case, it would be the confidential unit.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Real briefly, I would suggest that maybe you speak with each supervisor and say, as we are looking at standing up a position for working and being a conduit to each supervisor, what might the expectations be? So we kind of see a consensus. There's a job description. I really do like the idea of a newsletter. If I'm the only person who likes that idea, that might be something that we don't do. But if it's something that the board agrees on, then we see that that's an anticipated and an expected job performance criteria that we can identify in the beginning. And again, each supervisor might have, and we might find a commonality with what we're needing. So that would be my suggestion, and maybe even presenting to us some of the things that you've outlined as a checklist and what else.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. And I'll just close here. me personally, I think there needs to be guidelines, and it's, hey, we all equal, and we talked about the rules and stuff, and there is times that we're not. I mean, for example, the chair, I run this meeting, or the chair runs this meeting. Hey, it's only a 1-year position, and we all rotate. Could you imagine having 5 different people up here trying to run a meeting? And that's what you get into. And, I've talked to some public information officers or public affairs officers or public specialists, whatever you may be, from different cities. And that's what one of their concerns was, that, you're going to have to take direction from somebody. And, I disagree in the fact that, 8 hours a day, was that person going to be busy? My concern is we're not going to have enough staff. I mean, again, we have over 40 committees, and that's just the board. And then we have, our clerk of the board who has things. One of the things that we're pushing, and as chair that I'm pushing every meeting, is to get information out from this meeting out to the public, the transparency side, so people see what this board does and what some of the good things that we're doing. But, and that takes somebody sitting here in this room or in another room watching this board meeting and taking notes and being able to. So there's going to be a lot more work than I think a lot of members of the board realizes. Hey, I did, public affairs for a while, and I can tell you it's a very important position. And there takes considerably a lot amount of time, and plus, news, if reporters call, news, and so on. So, if we're doing a newsletter, I don't think anybody has a problem with the newsletter. And what I'm worried about is having somebody here, a PIO, and they're getting pulled in 5 different directions. They have no, and you talk about effectiveness or bureaucracy. Now this person's just at a standstill because they don't know which direction to go. You have to have somebody to go to. And that's where I stand. So for me, you have to have guidelines. Supervisor Dean.
Yeah, just one more comment. It goes back to why, we are moving in this direction in the first place. And I was going to leave this to my after comments after the meeting, but I'll just state it here. The public really has no idea, you're right, what we're doing here. I had a situation last week where I had some pretty angry constituents. They basically said, what have you guys done? And I realized at that point that was my fault, because I hadn't communicated. The board hadn't communicated with them at all. One of the successes, that is huge, and I talked to the sheriff about it this morning. We're on pace and on schedule. The HR has onboarded their 10 personnel, and the sheriff is going to begin the interviewing process, and the HR individuals be assigned to the sheriff's office by July 1st. That is huge, and they released that to Lodi News Sentinel and some other couple of media outlets, and they were amazed because they didn't know, what we're doing here. So it is very important. It keeps the frustration of the public down and lets them be included in what's going on and voice things. So I just wanted to commend the chairman for bringing this to the forefront and moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. So is there any clarification?
So I think my recommendation at this point would be to not make amendments to the specification, but to work with each of you and the clerk of the board to ensure we have guidelines that address your concerns of the reporting structure and some guidelines so that I agree with you. I think once you have a person in place, there's going to be plenty of work for them to do as far as communication goes. And so some of these things may flush out as you bring somebody on board and you start to work out those kind of normal processes that you'll need to do with a new role on your team. So I believe that's something we could do through administrative guidelines, and I'm happy to make a draft and share those individually, review those, and get your feedback from them. But I don't think that has to be something that has to be approved by the board in open session. I think that can be a departmental practice guideline that we could certainly support you with.
Okay, and if there's any disagreement, then we'll bring it back to the board and we'll debate it in the public. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to item number 11, and our CAO requested this to be pulled, so or Mr. Willoughby.
Thank you, Chair Rickman, and good morning, members of the board. For this item, Government Code 54953C3 requires an oral report on the salary compensation before the board takes final action on this position. Today's action recommends the County Council's appointing annual salary to be approximately $269,277. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wilberding, CAO. And this is our new county council, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so open it up to the board. Anybody want to say anything? Seeing none. Just want to welcome Mr. Kiernan. Is he here by chance today or no?
No, he could not make it, Chair. He actually has a board meeting of his own in his own county currently.
Well, he has to realize we're more important now.
Yeah.
So, no, that's a token. Just want to say congratulations to Mr. Kiernan. With that being said, we look forward to working with him here. When is his start date? 20, is it? But when's our next, when would it be our first meeting? Oh, regardless. I mean, it's after. So he starts on
May 22nd, Chair.
Okay, well, we'll see him then. So thank you very much. All right, seeing nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent items 1 through 29.
Move to approve.
Second.
Vote, please. All right, it is adopted 4-0. All right, looks like we have our Counselor, we have something here on consent. I'm just looking here at my notes, and it's I approved the 2022-2023 revised in-home supportive service public authority budget and related budget adjustment amount of $227,100. Did that have to be voted on separately? And is that a discussion item?
No, it's consent.
That's a consent? All right, so what I just read, that's an in-home supportive service public authority. That is on the consent item, but it has to be voted independently of the others, so I'll open it up to
through the
board.
chair.
Yes.
Excuse me. I think you have to open up. You have to recess as the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors and call the meeting into order as the IHS Service Public Authority.
All right, that's what we'll do. We'll recess as the Board of Supervisors and open up the meeting as IHS. So with that, that's what I I'll read it one more time for the record. Approve the 2022-2023 revised in-home supportive service public authority budget and the related budget adjustment in the amount of $227,100 and a 4/5 vote required. I'll bring it back to the board for any discussion. If there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion. It's a consent item, so we don't need.
Chairman, make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Vote, please. It's adopted 4-0. All right, so we will close the meeting of the IHS and open up as, again, a regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. All right, we'll jump into discussion. Item number 1 is from District 3, Supervisor Patty. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's my real pleasure to come back to the board on January 24th, 2023. The board designated and supervisors, Canepa and myself, worked together to coordinate meetings throughout San Joaquin County with stakeholders to identify best practices, services, and ultimately our main goal was to identify gaps, if any, in local agencies and entities assisting the vulnerable, unsheltered population and make recommendations to the board with any first steps. I would like to say the ad hoc committee has identified homeless services are a unique and specialized skill set, as we all know. Addressing the complex issues of homelessness requires collaboration and a multi-pronged approach to solutions. Therefore, we are recommending adding a position within neighborhood preservations with a specific subject experience to explore the ideas and assist the county, cities, and local nonprofit organizations in filling up gaps in services within our county. The committee also is requesting that the board approve a $30,000 allocation for the ad hoc committee to determine if there is a need, as we actually believe there is, to hire some consultants for the purpose of further exploring the best options for a position for the board to consider. I'll state that in the past 5 days or so, whatever this was that we passed, Supervisor Canepa and his assistant and my assistant, Gina Calder, and Mike Anderson really dug in. We reached out, and we've got a list of probably 75 plus people that department heads, local nonprofits, city managers that we interviewed, and we were really just getting a landscape. And as I mentioned in my statement here, we really were trying to identify not only services, but identify what, if any, gaps there are. Interestingly enough, just last week or two ago, California State Association of Counties did a live meeting and webinar called At Home, and it talked about this one county-wide plan, clear and measurable outcomes funded through one fiscal agent, counties and cities having unique authority and ultimately responsibility to the constituents. And they really talked about this umbrella approach so that we, as myself and Canepa, Supervisor Canepa discovered, there's a lot of silos, a lot of people working with a somewhat of a disconnect. And we've discovered that there are resources available, there's bridges to gap, and there's an opportunity that I believe we'd be very well served. And there's some counties that have done exactly what we're doing already. So we're looking at that as a bit of an example. We also just reviewed the other day, just hot off the press on 6th of April, just last week, the 2022 San Joaquin County, it's actually 2023, San Joaquin County Cost of Homelessness Survey Summary Report. This was prepared by the Center for Business and Policy Research in conjunction with the University of Pacific, sponsored by Dignity Health and United Way. Independently, they did a survey and dug into this very interesting report, very informative. I'll just read a small verse of it. But this report estimates the total monetary cost of homelessness in San Joaquin County in fiscal year 2021 to have been somewhere between $131.8 and $160.2 million. This cost was calculated conservatively by accounting for direct economic costs incurred by local governments, nonprofits, and healthcare providers, with just over 2,300 people experiencing homelessness in San Joaquin County. The estimated average cost per person was between $56,000 and $69,000. It's through a commitment to the human dignity, inclusion, and collaboration that we can move closer to achieving zero functional homelessness in San Joaquin County, as this report states. So we're starting to see momentum. We're starting to realize, and one of the things that we discovered is uniquely, speaking with each city, they've looked at and they've addressed their constituent concerns as it relates to homelessness, and they're standing up a different variety of sheltering. And we know that there's HSA, we know that there's our probation department, we know that there's stakeholders throughout the county that have resources available to help with homelessness, with housing, and each city uniquely, speaking to the city managers, have put together plans for some sheltering in conjunction with the efforts for affordable housing and supportive housing as it relates to one of the many services we need. We understand we clearly have a continuum of care. We have many varieties of and levels of engagement, but Supervisor Canepa and I both, I believe, came to the conclusion that when we spoke with Director Dietrich, I believe he just came in the room, if he's still here. Yes, thank you, sir. We spoke with Director Dietrich, and we found a pathway under neighborhood preservation where we can, I believe, enhance an opportunity and level of engagement and some oversight as the CSAC meeting in conjunction with the governor's goals and future funding, so that there's this large umbrella approach in our county where the cities and counties is working together. And that's, I think we were very timely, and I really want to compliment Supervisor Canepa for his level of engagement, the commitment, again, his staff, Ms. Calder and my staff. Supervisor Canepa has got a unique skill set of experience coming from the city of Stockton. He embraced this opportunity. He had great questions, levels of engagement, and a curiosity of enhancing what the county can do. So maybe turn it over to Supervisor Canepa to give a couple words, bring it to the board for discussion, and as per our recommendation.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty, and thank you, Chair. It's been kind of a whirlwind go at this, and I've been in politics for quite a while and served on the Stockton City Council. And just when you think you know a lot, then you are brought back to ground level. And so it's been kind of an amazing learning period and cycle for me, because at the city, I mean, we've been to a couple of events and a couple of Zoom calls, and a lot of folks don't know exactly what the county's doing. And so the departments that we've met, I'm on Health Plan of San Joaquin, and I'm on behavioral health. And so there's all these different agencies, CMC, which is community medical centers, that are providing services. And then we have the continuum of care and the housing authority and Central Valley low-income housing, and everyone's serving a different purpose. And so it's all of these services that we have as a county. And I don't know that we're celebrating them enough and doing the outreach that we need to do in the communities around us. So, I mean, we went down to Stanislaus and saw the Salvation Army and how the county there actually has like the navigation center, which they run, and then people come in and get the services there, and then they're spread out. By no means are we trying to tell each city in the county what to do. I mean, there was a fear of that we're Big Brother and we're going to take over. No, because each city is independent and has their own ways of dealing with sheltering folks that are at risk. And the other piece to this is, I mean, and I equate it to a 1,000-piece puzzle, and somebody just threw it on the table. How do we start putting the puzzle together and making sure that we're doing people that are in the community the service that they need? So I think as we've gone through it, I think back in the day, what was it, the 2015-16 grand jury investigation reported that it was collaboration and communication. And I think part of going forward is, obviously hiring a person that can help show all the services, and then like every 6 weeks with all the stakeholders in the cities and the county and the services getting together and not only sharing information, but sharing best practices and what we can do and how we can do it better. Obviously, they said if you take the number of homeless that we have and the count that we have and multiply it by 3, which is pretty alarming. That's another thing that we have coming up, and I think it's important that we all get on board and figure out how we're going to do that, is the point in time count, because, I mean, it's important that we get that number correct. So I think that's another piece of the puzzle that we need to do, and that's coming up in 10 months, and I think there's more coming to us about that. So I want to thank everybody that put up with us and all the questions and time. I think we've done a really good job of getting across fit. There's information that you can learn everywhere. There's tons of amazing people and tons of amazing work going on, which I found, which I was proud to be a part of, because the county has different services than the city of Stockton provided. So as we go through, and those numbers are alarming, how much money we're throwing at it. And then, everybody, it's kind of interesting, needs funding. And so there's great partners in the nonprofits and obviously churches that have stepped up and are filling needs. And how do we get those folks, money and shared money? And we've seen it. And I mean, all the acronyms, CDBG and HAP funding and what goes through continuum of care and who gets vouchers. And so there's tons of information. And I mean, I'm just learning it, obviously, because we've done this. I didn't know it was my 100th day. So it's been a crazy 100 days. And I'm proud of the work that the committee's done. And thank you to Gina and Mike Anderson and all the folks that have agreed to meet with us. It's been a very learning experience. Now, how do we make it so that we can, do a better job and collaborate? And like I said, collaborate and communicate. And I think those are two of the biggest words that we need to be focusing on. So with that, I will put it back to Tom and whoever else wants to speak on the board. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And I think I'll bring it to the board, and if anybody in the public would like to say anything, but if any questions as it relates, we did probably 100 to 150 hours of interviews, discussions, learning. It is a target-rich environment. There are a lot of local nonprofits, there are a lot of agencies. Some of our own county staff is highly intricate into problem solving and addressing the issue and working. We saw that there are gaps in our county, and what we're asking for today, a $30,000 allocation. I don't even know if we'll use a fraction of that, but there are some subject-specific experts that I believe could help us bring back to the board a definitive, outline and parameter. We've already spoken with HR, and there's a neighborhood preservation department under Director Dietrich that we believe we can enhance and perhaps populate with some additional staff that will address these needs. And there are definite needs. What we see clearly in conclusion, Chairman, is that this issue has only exacerbated. It hasn't gone away. We know that there's a myriad of challenges for those that are out there. It's a humanitarian crisis, as I've oftentimes said. It's the biggest calling we have currently that we face. We're past COVID, that crisis, but the homelessness crisis, those that are living unsheltered. And again, there are many people doing a lot of great work. We just believe that if we bring in a level of coordination and communication, exactly as CSAC and the governor's office has identified we need to do to be eligible for future funding, this would be appropriate. So, Chairman, I'll just bring it to you, and Supervisor Ding, any questions, and we'll proceed.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate both of you. In this first 100 days, you've been diligent, you've been focused, you've been everywhere. And one of the things that, I've recognized coming on board, you're right, everybody wants money for something, but, how does this all tie together? The problem has been described to me at the state level as a $9 billion industry. So how do you break out of that? How do we take control and make sure that our citizens see what they want, which is action? They're tired of the lip service, and there's so many different arms of this, from Sheriff's Department, Caltrans, different shelters, nonprofits that are already extended. And then, of course, everybody else is applying to try to create new nonprofits. It's huge, and it's a big problem. And I just want to congratulate you both. I've got, and not for discussion here because it's too much of a discussion. One, I've got a couple things I'll hand off to you privately. I've got some resources. You guys are running down the football with the field with a football right now, and I don't want to get in your way. You're doing a great job. I still don't understand the continuum of care. I kind of thought that, but we're not actually on continuum of care. We sit there, we participate as a listener, but we don't really do anything there, my understanding. So at some point, I'd like to sit down and discuss that with you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. All right, seeing no one else from the board, we'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item?
Hello. There we go.
There you go.
Hi. Again, Lauren Danielle with the Private Peoples of California. We're working with homeless people to educate themselves to protect their rights against actions that could be misconstrued as violations of their civil rights. I think one thing that we need to appreciate here is that in the last 3 years, we were subjected to illegal human trafficking. People took away our ability to have businesses, and the stakeholders of various counties and non-governmental organizations profited tremendously from that. That is why they have money. They were the only people that were allowed to perform work. That's discrimination by the federal government against the working class American citizen, with whom they want to tax again at $7 trillion in order so that my children's children will have to repay their inability to properly manage the business of the United States government. Homeless people have been trafficked for years. I personally take food to a woman in Oak Park who gets trafficked all the time and sexually exploited. I take her to church with me and I feed her. The $9 billion industry is criminal. Sheltering first started in Auschwitz. There were people of certain religious sects that were deemed dirty. Philip Watson used IBM, a calculation machine, to identify the number that everybody should wear in their arm. The United States federal government has done the same thing with homeless people and with regular people. They now know how many of us are their targets. Homeless people have a voice, and I really appreciate what this woman does over here. I was dropping off my children because I'm a single working mother, and I didn't get a chance to applaud her for what she does. The people in our streets are related to us, and I think it's disgusting what the governor's office does. He is a menace to everyone. He thinks he's Batman. He drives around in a Lamborghini and makes fun of children who have cancer for Make-A-Wish. I don't think any of this is funny. There's way too much money being wasted on people's retirement packages and services. We are all good people, and we have each other to lean on. And I think Tom's doing a great job of getting people into action, which is what we need to do. We need to help people with mental illness. We need to protect them from the doctors that poison them and give them psychotropic drugs so they don't know where they are. And then we feed them methadone on the corner so I can't even go downtown without seeing 10 people at the park where my kids can't play. You guys are capable of fixing the problem if you'd stop making excuses and start listening to people who want to help other people. Find a way to make the money go further. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
I just want to say thank you for Supervisor Patty and Canepa. Years ago, you tried starting this. Years ago, the ball got dropped and barriers came in front of you. But thank you for bringing it back, and thank you for being progressive and aggressive, because we do need that. We need to think about the people that are out there. You know, 117 degrees and minus whatever it is that we get, 27, 26, well, plus, but it feels like a minus. You know, these are weathers that people should not be subjected to in the conditions that they have to live in. I just want you to thank you for coming back with this and bringing it back. Thank you.
Can you state your name?
Pat Barrett.
All right, thank you. And just in case somebody's watching, and for the record, yes, maybe yes, if you could, just state your names, please.
Hello, supervisors. Yeah, I do commend Supervisor Patty for spearheading a lot of action on this front. I've traveled to Europe. I've been to Switzerland. I've been to Greece, Athens, and towns around Greece. I have family out there. One thing that strikes me is there is no homeless problem out there, especially going around Zurich in Switzerland. No homeless problem out there. I come back to the States, and what the heck is going on here? This is a disgrace, folks. We have foreign visitors, dignitaries that are coming from other countries, and they come to Washington, D.C., or they come to Sacramento, and they look at this, and they say, is this what United States of America has become? What's going on here? You guys have money to go around and spend billions and trillions in Ukraine for an illegal World War III against Russia. You know, our government wants to wage war against Russia. Gosh, wasting billions on. What about Afghanistan? Oh, and by the way, there's a good documentary on Afghanistan in Kabul. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of heroin drug addicts, homeless on the streets of Kabul. And I'm not advocating, but the Taliban, once it got in, they got all these people forced into drug treatment, drug rehab in Kabul. and it all got rehabilitated. Why can't we do something like that here? We know the problem. Solutions out there. I mean, it's like we have this homeless industrial complex. Billions is being wasted in the state of California.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? And no one else for public comment? We'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. So part of the goals that we've been working on, obviously, some of them, are, going forward could be broader connections and communication between cities and county to track progress, innovations, and share across entities, and to include city manager, county division staff, and applicable nonprofits from low barrier shelter systems. Greater attention to coordinated entry and expanding the use through 211 was some of the ideas. Understanding all the software programs used in support of homeless, HMIS, and others. That was another kind of question that we had, is how is the communication? They often talk about when you have the unsheltered population and folks that are homeless, how many touches it takes in order to get them the services and the trust. And I think that's the biggest barrier, is that they don't trust government. And I mean, I can see it. Patricia Barrett, Pat just got up and spoke to that, where, you know what I mean? What we met with Caltrans, and we met with all these different agencies, and what's the best practices, because, some of the folks, I just watched one where in Oakland, they were cleaning up an area that was just really inundated. And then you have the folks who have other ways to do it, and they've been in court and what have you. Environmentally, though, on waterways and infrastructure, what damage is being done? So, and what legacy are we leaving going forward? And that's the most important part. Everybody north Stockton, north of the Calaveras, gets water out of the Delta, so the water treatment facility. So, I mean, we need to be stewards of what we have. And I understand that we need to be compassionate and caring also at the same time. But there needs to be rules, and some of the rules need to be followed. We can't have everybody living and camping wherever they want. So that was part of it, understanding the software, who gets on HMIS, how we could possibly do a better program so that just lay people don't have to have a license to do HMIS. And we're trying to understand that. Implementation of a housing alliance for San Joaquin County to meet monthly and to track, the in-time progress city by city, ongoing dialogue, shared resources, services, and best practices, and standardized communication to the public. What we're doing, how we're doing it, and who's doing it, I think, are the most important parts to making this successful.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Anyone else from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I think in fairness, I should maybe share that some of the stakeholders we had engaged with, and you see so many people that are highly compassionate, engaged, and solution focused in many different pathways to address these in concern. So we had conversations, extensive conversations with so many more, but our sheriff, our DA, we really like to thank Sheriff Withrow and DA Ron Freitas, County Counsel's Office, Zoe Merrill and Kimberly Johnson, excellent conversations. Director Dietrich, who works on so many facets of our county and healthcare services, and he would just call us up and give us more, and call us up and do another meeting. We probably had several meetings, I think, on this issue, and we thank him for that. We had the San Joaquin General Hospital staff. We had United Way. We had our past DA, Tori Verber, who used to walk the trenches and speak with the homeless people throughout the week. Of course, we had HUD and Mr. Cheshire, Peter Ragsdale. We had city managers from Stockton, Manteca, Lodi, Tracy, which are major hubs of where there's homeless issues and challenges. Multiple people from Caltrans looking to partner and offer solution pathways and really, again, partnership. We had COC engaging with us, CDD, code enforcement. We had the different various homeless shelters, staff, representatives, probation, HSA. Again, just so many more, health plan, San Joaquin County. And it really is, as you know, Ms. Barrett, you came up and speak about, there's nothing compassionate about leaving people in place, suffering, in squalor, health challenges, food insecurity, safety insecurity. Every night there are people that are raped and robbed. This is a fact. We had a fire captain killed responding to a homeless fire. And I have to tell you that the pleasure it is to work with this board, where boards in the past, they blocked, they stopped, they prevented, and shame on them, because we've lost lives, multitude of lives. I'm proud that we have a board now that is cohesive. It's working together as a board should be. And we may not agree, and we don't agree on every single thing, and that's exactly as it should be, because we are responsive to constituents. We're responsive to the issues at hand. The deep dive we took, the recommendation we're coming back for, are not self-serving. This is to the benefit of San Joaquin County and those living in despair. That's somebody's son, daughter, brother, cousin, friend. That's a human being. We would not leave a stray dog in the conditions roadside that we're leaving human beings on a daily basis. We need to engage. We need to be responsive to their needs, and there are pathways to success. There are examples from St. John's up in Sacramento that identified that the ACEs score and the effect that people have and the challenges they're dealing with. And we've seen shelters that are up. We've got a variety of departments. We have a call to action. I've lived this for 6 years as a supervisor with 2 new supervisors and getting rid of the toxicity that was here. I believe we can get things done to the responsibility of the citizens we serve. So, Chairman, I would request that we allocate the $30,000 for the subject-specific experts as needed, and we also move forward with the recommendation that we work with HR to look at and working with Director Dietrich and any consultants we bring on board, as we identify and really truly vet a position or positions in the Neighborhood Preservation Department under Director Dietrich, working with the board to be responsive to the needs and the challenges we have as we address the unsheltered homeless population right here in San Joaquin County. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Petty. I don't see anybody else. I'll just wrap it up here real quick. No, thank you both. I know you've both been all over, not just our county, but neighboring counties, and so you guys have been traveling and meeting and spent a considerable amount of time just in a few weeks. So I think everybody looks forward to what comes next. And, you talk about best practices, and I think it's something that needs to be looked at, not reinventing the wheel like you were just talking about, Supervisor Patty, and like what they're doing in Stanislaus County, looking at duplicated services, and even, the accountability side. This county, and just the county, we've given tens of millions of dollars to this item or this topic, and making sure that there is a level of accountability, that the money that we are giving is that there is an effectiveness also, that the money is going to where it's supposed to be going to. So, and also looking at the mental health and substance abuse, that is a huge factor also. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing what you guys come up to next. Good job. And what we're asking to approve is, one, to receive an oral report from the San Joaquin County Board of Homeless Ad Hoc Committee, and approve an appropriation increase of $30,000 in the Board of Supervisors budget to be funded by the contingency provision budget for the purpose of hiring consultants. So with that, who would like to make a motion?
Also, Chairman, there's a discussion on with HR.
Okay, you can put that in motion.
Supervisor Ding.
Yeah. Do you have a motion?
Well, I didn't have a motion. I'm just reiterating. So if whoever would like to make the motion, that would be the 2 things that we have to have in there: receive the oral report and the $30,000.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we add a position to the neighborhood preservation. Sorry, skip lines there. Here we go. Yeah, by $30,000 to be funded by the contingency provisions budget for the purpose of hiring a consultant as may be needed to carry out the board's direction.
And to receive the oral report, correct?
And to receive the oral report.
So we got 3 things. Correct. HR, would you read the HR one is for a little more clarity? I think we skipped it a little bit.
That we budget by $30,000 to be funded by the contingency provisions budget for the purpose of hiring consultants as may be needed to carry out the board direction.
Then there's the HR one, HR component. I gave you my notes, sorry.
So through the chair.
I can't.
Yes, go ahead.
So I have from Supervisor Patty's comment a minute ago that he's requesting the board allocate $30,000 for the hiring of a consultant and to direct staff to work with consultants to evaluate the creation of positions within healthcare services to address the unsheltered housing population.
Chairman, I think we're also missing, though. I've got discuss next steps. That just, okay.
The directing them to work with staff and the consultants for the creation of those positions in healthcare services.
Right, so I want that included in the motion.
That's what, that's what I have here so far.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. I'm trying to find it. Thank you.
That was the first part.
So we have a motion including those. Is that what we have? So moved?
Yes.
Council moved. Comment, right? Did you have a comment? Okay.
So who's making the motion? Supervisor Dean?
Yeah.
Supervisor
Second.
Dean made the motion. We have a second with Supervisor Canepa. Is that clear to staff? One? All right. So we're going to have a vote, please. All right, it's adopted 4-0. We'll move on to item number discussion general government, item number 2, which is brought forth by Supervisor Ding of D4. Recommend for the Board of Supervisors to approve the Election Advisory Committee composition, role, responsibility, and operating procedures. So Supervisor Ding, I will turn that over to you. And if we have staff for this, if you could please come forward.
And while they're coming forward, again, Supervisor Tom Patty and Canepa, thank you for taking action.
Compliments to Supervisor Canepa and staff and my staff for working as hard as they did and bringing a city of Stockton perspective and jumping into motion. It was great. I really appreciate that.
All right, thank you guys. We're on the second item, so that first item's closed. So Supervisor Ding, would you like to say anything before we?
Oh, absolutely. So here's what we're doing. We're going to take some more action here, and we're going to recognize as a collective group of citizens what our common denominator is, and that is we want an election that is fair, that is transparent, fair and transparent. That's the main purposes of what we're doing. Ms. Hale, you're about ready to go to the Super Bowl, and I don't take that lightly. There's a whole different set of things that have to be done when you have a presidential election, and they're monumental. And I do not want to be, Florida or some other county in this country that holds up a presidential election. We're going to do everything in our power. We're going to find the brightest, the smartest to surround ourselves from, and we're going to go in. There's a whole different thing from, playing pro football and going to the Super Bowl. Some people just don't, do as well as others. So that's going to be your department. There's some other things that have been brought up, and while I want to applaud those that have been working on this for years, for fairness in election, there's some things that just don't fly. When you're saying we're eliminating the machines, you're telling me machines are the problem, not the people. So you want to get up here and give me your arguments on the Second Amendment, we could do that too, because you can't have it both ways. I think what you really mean to say, and most of you have been in my office and you see the pictures that have been hanging there that were taken 40 plus years ago. None of you have ever voted an election without a machine. Maybe these type of machines are different, and that I understand. I can guarantee you that we will not have an election machine in the office, and Ms. Hale has, we've discussed this, that is connected to the internet. It's not going to happen, okay? But, So we're going to make sure that we have the common objectives. If you want to talk about hand counting ballots, you really got to be careful what you're asking for. One of the best examples of that in American history, it's called the Wards of Chicago. And if you really want precinct captains counting ballots or what have you, where you get 187 people voting, where there's 90 people that live there, and then, try to figure out over the next months, where they're wrong, where they're not. It's not the machines, it's the people. So we're gonna put together this committee. We're gonna have some very defined things we want, but at the end of the day, it's so that we have a very fair and we have a transparent election. There are some things under the state code that we can't do anything about. Mail ballots being one. When it comes to the voting drop boxes, there is, Ms. Hale, how many are we have to have is 8? We have to have 13. I take very well note of the point you made that they haven't been secure. And that's a problem. We saw in Lodi exactly what happens when, you can pick up a gallon of milk and vote 25 times in Rayleigh's. So that needs to be addressed. They can take they just stole the mailbox from the post office in Woodbridge. Did I mention that outside? If they can do that, they can take the whole dang voting box out of Rayleigh's and probably put it back before we ever notice. So we're all going to be, as citizens, we're going to be on the same page here. We're going to find out those areas that we can agree on, but we're also going to keep in mind that this election, and I don't know if you guys have turned on the news lately, is going to be a barn burner. And we are not going to stand, in the spotlight as the county that held up this election, or where there's, indiscrepancies. We're going to do everything in our power. The other thing that was noted in the last election, and do remember, perception is reality. Perception is reality. So when people are upset about not being able to vote in their precincts, and that gives them pause, and they think the elections are rigged, hey, that's real. Being right is not enough. We have to give them comfort, and we're going to do our damnedest to figure out as a board, how do we reach out to organizations to help us put precincts back in the precincts as well. It doesn't mean we're going to mess with the state system. There are certain things we have to do. Mail voting we can't do anything about. Tracking ballot security we can. Cleaning up lists. I've been talking to a number of past employees from elections offices this last couple of weeks. Your job cleaning up those lists is daunting, and it is a lot of hard work and time consuming. And the number one thing you need to do. So we need to know what it is to help. You explained to me the whole why we had 140 people registered in 1850, and I understand your explanation there. That was a code they just automatically put out. I guess what I don't understand is why you even have that registration if they didn't have a birthday. But that's for another. But it's things like that we need to go over and address. We need to take. Carla's comments on some of those precincts and really evaluate, exactly what's going on and why there's differences in these numbers. But those lists have got to be clean. So with that, I'm really looking forward to working with you. What I really, really want to do is I want to sit down and I want to get to know your team as well. And see what else we can do if there's, other individuals. I'm getting excited about baseball season coming up. So, we haven't met trade deadline yet. So if we need to, add a player here or two, now's the time to do it. If we need a little help in the bullpen, let's get it done. So, but I would like to. What do I need to do here? I want Olivia to comment. Ms. Hale.
Good morning, Board. Thank you. Supervisor Ding, I just want to thank you for taking on this role and helping me figure out what we're doing with this advisory committee. I mean, we've heard our public comment, and we know these folks really want a productive platform to voice their concerns, and so we can address them. I think there's an opportunity for education here. There's an opportunity for them to see with their own two eyes things that are going on, and an opportunity for me. Maybe there's an idea that our staff hasn't come up with, and maybe there's something we can adopt that could be helpful in our processes and procedures. The few things that I had just for not really concerns, but things I want to make sure we address today as we're adopting this newly revamped committee is there is going to be a budget involved. I know in our plan we're proposing that we are going to utilize board chambers for the meetings, and if those meetings are held in the evening, ISD support is going to be needed for those meetings, as well as security, and those things have to be funded. So I don't know that we mentioned in there how we're going to budget. Is this something that ROV needs to place in their budget? Is this something that that would be in the Board of Supervisors budget to address the security? Was just the one thing that I thought about cost-wise. The way it looks like it's structured is the first meeting that the Election Advisory Committee has, they will decide on who their secretary would be, and then that person would be responsible for minutes or something like that. From what we've looked at with other boards and committees that are out there that are representative of this Board of Supervisors, they're not actually recorded or housed here in the board chambers. So I don't know if there's a concern for, I mean, I'm okay with that. If you guys want to give board chambers for us to have these meetings, that's wonderful. But I also want to be mindful of the costs associated with having after-hour staff and security and all of those things. And then I figured at the first meeting we mentioned in their terms that the terms would be rotating seats because we're going to do like a 2-year terms for folks on this board with a 2-term limit as what's written in our proposal. And so I'm thinking that that first meeting we can decide on those staggered terms with those board members. Let's see, what else? The other part was just secretarial duties. Like we say county staff in there, which county staff are we going to assign those tasks to? I'm making an assumption that maybe it's your office or potentially clerk of the board. I'm not sure, so I just wanted to clarify that. And then a couple of the topics that were suggested for review, I just had a little bit of feedback on those. Did you want me to continue on those, or do you want to talk about my?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So one thing in there was one of the things the Election Advisory Committee is going to do is review current election law and clarify the state mandates. We don't expect the EAC to be counsel to the county or to be tasked with reviewing election law and advising the board or the ROV on legal requirements. So, I mean, if they bring up an interpretation of the law, I think it would be appropriate, and I think we would involve counsel and make sure that that maybe their interpretation, it happens often that their interpretation may be different than ours with the code, and so just looking into that before we just take it as like they're saying this is how we interpret it. We're going to need to look into that.
Well, I'm just going to stop you right there so I can make a little note.
Okay.
And I want to thank Nicole Gary, my chief of staff, put a lot of time and work into this. But one of the things she requested was some guidelines on state mandates, in which she was handed was a book. Okay, that really wasn't what we were expecting. So when you're talking about differences of opinion, so forth. And I don't want this to be a point of friction, but what we're trying to do here as good citizens and adults is try to figure out how to make this process work well. A book, again, it goes down to using your resources, and we've got 58 of them in the county that, you could maybe reach out to or there are employees that are floating around the county that had years in the elections office that are not in the elections office now that maybe can help. We know what they're interested in is, what's the rule on mail ballot voting? What's the rule on boxes, on security? Are they allowed to have polling places in the precincts? If there's an ADA issue, how do we resolve that? Just what is it that is keeping us from having an election day that excites the voters? They see it as transparent and fair. What are our barriers? And so I'm going to need a little more. Otherwise, we're going to be there for 5 years about legal arguments because we don't even know our own county's opinion because we have now a book and was basically here. Good luck. I need Cliff Notes. I'm old. So there's this thing we used to buy in the mall called Me and Tom were masters at Cliff Notes in high school to do term papers. I need a Cliff Note version.
I apologize if you took it like that. I was providing a resource because the way I interpreted it is she would like to see the code book, and I wanted to provide that to your office when we had our meeting. We can break down any of that. I'm very capable of doing that with you at any time. And what I provided so far, I can provide more information to your office in a more broken down version. Okay.
And actually, you'll be doing that with the committee.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Let's see. There was a couple of the topics for cleaning up voter rolls, so I'm happy to walk through that process. Something I want to share is just since January, we've done 38,000 updates to the voter rolls, and we have information on all of that for you. We went through the 2020 data that was given to us by the Sheriff's Office, and we have a report back on that we'll be able to give to the Election Advisory Committee and all of that. So we're excited to talk about that. We are mandated, of course, by Election Code 2200, that section, it's Division 2, Chapter 3, cancellation and voter roll maintenance. So there are rules and regulations around how we can do that, and we'll be able to share that with the committee.
Well, let me stop you right there, too, because one of them I'm concerned about, and I'm assuming you're already doing this. You should be in preparation stages right now for the postcard campaign that goes out to voters. I believe it's around November, December. The postcard says, if this person does not live at this address, return the postcard. That is still being done by other counties, and that should already be in your protocol for voter identification right now.
We've been sending out cards since the election certified, and the card you're referring to is the crossover card, and that's the card we'll send out to give basically voters the opportunity to explain if they want to cross over to a different party because it's a presidential primary.
Well, now this is a voter to make sure they still live at that same address, what have you, and it's generally done on a schedule. And I think it's 3-4 months before the election, and it's a process. And in all the old calendars, it's a process that should be in process right now. I'll follow up with you on that.
Okay. Let's see. And then just, there was a request about inspecting the machines and all of that. They are kept under camera at all times. And just so we're clear, they would be escorted by staff, and we wouldn't change any protocols to how we secure the equipment. Usually everyone, including temporary staff, is background checked before they have access to any of our voting equipment, just to keep it safe and secure. And so, that'll be open to them, of course. And let's see. The last thing was just that we hope that the Election Advisory Committee takes every opportunity to participate as we gear up for the signature and lieu period. We would like them to participate as much as possible to watch thoroughly all the processes, and seeing it happen as we gear up 173 days before Election Day will be a good opportunity to see how all of these processes flow. So that's all I had.
Okay, and just final note, Ms. Hale, I want to thank you. I mean, you've gotten thrown. I mean, you go over your career here the last few years and the step up, and unfortunately, the incident where they're all registered voters, and you were thrown in and did a remarkable job catching up, and it's still a learning curve. Again, making it to the Super Bowl, takes a lot of time, but you got a team that you have to lead, and we're entrusting you with making sure it is the best damn team in the state. So my hat's off to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Anybody from the board? Supervisor Canapon.
I think it's important, though, how are you going to get questions beforehand? Because I think it's not going to be as effective if you take a bunch of questions, So that's what I want to know, the questions and the answers, so that I can learn personally. But that's one of the things that I think we need to deal with. If all these people are going to have a meeting, why waste a meeting bringing forward content when you could possibly do some of that and get some of the questions answered beforehand? Is that part of the plan, or are you just having the first meeting and then you're going to take the questions in, or? I think that's the most important part. And then, I know you're having a committee, but what about other folks in the community? Is it going to be open for them to come and speak, or how are you going to do that? my concern.
And I think that's a very legitimate. Quite most of the concerns over the elections office are past committee members or the active ones, I should say, and other individuals. The committee have been sending those to us regularly on a weekly basis. They've been sent over to Ms. Hale too. And so I guess what you're asking for is for the entire board, some of the main questions, what are the answers, where are we at now? And yes, absolutely, it needs to be done.
Yeah, because I mean, the trust needs to be, obviously, transparent, because I think that's a lot of the problem is that, one group of folks that doesn't want the voter's choice. And I even learned the VCA about how it was not totally ran, and there was a clarification about having just employees that work for the county. And it was for clarification that one county employee, so that, the people who possibly were volunteering didn't do the wrong thing. And I mean, I think there was a lot of examples of that you had, that they were doing it totally wrong and giving out the wrong ballots. And, and that's even kind of more alarming than the one, and I get it, but it was perception. And had I not went to that event that afternoon at the library, I wouldn't have known that. So, I mean, those are the kinds of questions, and I think the clarity that needs to be set out so that everybody can say, hey, this was what the perception was. You know what I mean? No, it's not going to be all. You still have volunteers. How many places beforehand? And I think that's the most important part, is to show processes so that people have trust and, and can be part of it. And I think that would make it more fair and equitable to everybody involved, is that if they have a part of being part of the process to make sure that it's safe and that it's secure and that, we're following state and federal rules.
And that what you just brought up is a perfect reason why we need this committee, because you and I can see already, are going to have opposite views here. Being able to measure volunteerism and patriotism is tough. Yes, again, going back to my being right sometimes is not enough. And the last thing you want to do in a republic, in a democrat society, is eliminate volunteers and eliminate human participation and have the government run everything. So while I understand the Void Voters Choice Act, let's get rid of all these problems. Let's have the government is here to help you. That goes back into my perception as reality. And people are a key component of this and have to be involved, because I can make a educational example of why people should be eliminated and make it all government employees. But, for the long term, it doesn't help us as a society to eliminate people that want to participate in the system. But anyway, that's one of the reasons for this board, and we can hash that out in there.
Well, no, and that's like for me. So then why are all the counties around us have it and one's not? You know what I mean?
Because we're the best.
Well, no, and I get that, but I want to know that information so that I can make an educated decision. You know what I mean? So whether or not, if 9 out of 10 counties are doing it in the area, 9 out of 10 counties are all wrong and one's right, because, you know what I mean? So I want to know that for myself.
That's fair.
I don't care what political preference, I don't care what you believe in, but I mean, as an elected, I haven't had all that much, faith in the system, and I'm an elected and I've been through, some things, and, hey, was this, vote counted in Sacramento at the post office, and so I just have to trust it. And so I do trust it, but I mean, at the same time, now I want to know the information so that I can make an educated decision.
One of the other things, Ms. Hale and I also discussed, Paul, which Supervisor Canepa, which you're very familiar with as I was, is the vote count after the election. I mean, the perception, why is it taking so long? Why are we waiting a week, et cetera? And we've discussed that. That is going to be fixed. That was done. Again, she was trying to make sure everything was absolutely perfect, which we still want. But we have to be very cognizant of the fact the perception is reality, and you can't hold vote counts and give an account once a week over 3 or 4 weeks and not think that citizens are going to think they're up to something. So we're working on a process right now to speed up that, so people will be getting smaller numbers, but they'll be getting regular counts throughout the week.
Supervisor Canepa, you still have the floor, so. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to really congratulate Supervisor Ding for rolling up his sleeves, getting up. This is a hot button issue. And I hope there's a semblance of construct going forward with this. It's a healthy level of engagement. And I think we should have a mechanism of removal. If we have somebody that's on a board that just keeps repeating the same thing, we need one-day voting, we need paper ballots, we need no machines, we need hand count, and they just keep repeating the same thing, as Supervisor Ding points out. It's like, we're beyond that. It's not even anything we can control county-wide. So if we have somebody that's disruptive and they think this is another forum, we've also heard some people come up and go, we need to get this advisory committee and give us power. Like, I don't know what power they think they're going to get. So I appreciate the level of engagement. This is, people want fair, transparent, honest elections so that, you get your voice and your voice is heard, and you want to get rid of any, bad behavior. We understand that people don't trust voting in advance. We understand people don't trust ballot boxes. We also see, there was one presidential candidate 2 years ago that said, do not vote in advance, only vote the day of. And he's completely reversed himself now and says, we need more early voting. So, there's tides and swifts and changes, but there are sentiments, as valid as they may be, like Supervisor Ding says, perception is reality. And if you live in a reality that, our system is jaded and broken and bad, and I wish there was, a fingerprint validation. I wish there was a more, there was a voter ID. I wish there was more protocol in place. We can't control that. We only can control what's in our universe. So I would hope that these meetings are constructed in a manner where you address concerns raised in the past, be informative, engage with the public, open forum of questions, discussions, anything's raised at that point, schedule for the next meeting of a follow-up of we've answered these questions again, and once it's answered, it's done, it's put to rest. And ROV Hale, I know that at one point you were working on an FAQ.
Yeah.
So where are we at? What's the status on that? So we can release it to the public, have it on our website for a lot of these concerns that are raised, valid concerns. I'm not negating any one person's concern or voice, but there's things that we can or can't control. There's information you have that you can present to the public that is fact. It is not something outside of, it's not opinion. It's not variable. It's not influenced by any level of our action. There are basic legal protocols we must follow and parameters that you must operate within. And we understand and we appreciate the updating and being current and voter rolls and things of these nature. I mean, every one of us been in elections. We've seen come from behind Cinderella stories, and we've seen, recently I was on the losing end of it. I have to believe it's fair. I'm not complaining about it. The process is the process. So where are we at with the FAQs that you were going to? It's quite extensive. You've done a lot of work, you and your staff.
It's getting finalized and proofed as we speak. We're hoping to have something within days, is what I will tell you, that it'll be available, and we'll send it to each of you when it's available, and then it'll go live on our website. So
excellent. I think that's going to be very informative. We may even want to post in a box in the back of the room so that people can walk in and just constantly understand that and it could be fluid. It's there's things that change. We understand there's updates of what voter rolls, new protocols, or things that are happening. I know that again there's a level of engagement. Lastly, on the first floor, there's a very large meeting room that might be adequate versus maybe the expense and the operation and using the sixth floor. So I would suggest that you consider and look at. And I believe I used to be part of the Equal Employment Advisory Committee, and we would meet there once a month, and it was adequate. There's room for 80, 100 people, dozens at least. I don't know what the exact count could be. So that's something to consider as it relates to access and availability for rooms and keeping the cost and staff down to a minimum.
I was also thinking the community centers, like on a rotating basis, because that puts us right in the local communities throughout the county. So I don't know if that's an option, but that would be something that would maybe, that way each little community can host this in a way, each community center. So that was something else to to consider as well. But I agree that room would possibly be better. But again, parking and it being in the evening, we would still have to hire security for that. And then we would not be recording the meetings, but we would have somebody taking minutes is what that would look like, I believe.
Understood. Great idea for the community center, so it's available and people in the neighborhoods could be part of it. So I like that suggestion. Great. So good luck with this. Again, I hope there's a constructive structure to the way this is going to move forward and the voices of those that are engaged in the public, as well as the representatives from any particular district and the supervisor, that their participation is all welcome, and these are issues that need to be addressed. So thank you, and thanks again, Supervisor Ding, jumping right in. Between you and Supervisor Canepa, you're setting a great example of effective leadership in your districts. So well done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding. Mike?
The fact sheet you're putting together, I'd like to review it before you post it on our county website as fact, since that's kind of what we're discussing. Okay. The community meetings, fabulous. You know, again, it's bringing people into the process, you know, building community. So excellent idea. These will be run just like our MAC meetings, boards. We have secretaries, what have you. They're not... So we've kind of got a guideline to do that. So we'll go ahead and do that. What do I need as far as, do I need a motion or just discussing it, or what are we doing here?
Well, we're going to do a public comment here right now.
Okay.
And then we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll get this. Give me a couple of years.
All right. We're not seeing anybody else from the board, so we'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, we will bring it back to the board. I just have a few questions. One, we're talking about a committee. So this can be a committee like where we have the other committee that's subject to the Brown Act and minutes and so on?
That's what we're recommending, yes.
Okay, just wanted to confirm with that. And no, I just want to say thank you to you, Ms. Hale, for your hard work, and to Supervisor Ding. I mean, you talk about, you know, hey, you'll learn whatever. I mean, you came on here just charging, and this is one of the issues that, you know, you took under your wing and moved, you know, full speed ahead, and you're doing a hell of a job. So, and we all can see you're very, very passionate about it, and you know about elections. I mean, you've been in the, you know, you've been in the process before. So thank you. I mean, this is a heavy lift, and for you to take it on, you know, we appreciate it. And you're doing a great job. So, you know, we look forward to seeing what comes of this, and, you know, what looks from this agendized item and everything that's put together. Good. And, you know, you talk about the transparency and accountability. Hey, you're having open to the public. You're having a committee like what we do with the other committees. It's going to have minutes on it, and so you're going to have that accountability and that transparency side of it. And I think is what Supervisor Ding mentioned is so important to everybody involved. So, excuse me. And so with that being said, I don't see anybody else wanting to speak. There is a recommendation to approve the Election Advisory Committee's composition, role, responsibility, and operating procedures, and approve Supervisor Ding as the EAC Board of Supervisor designee. So with that, I'll entertain a motion on those two things.
Through the chair, if I could request clarification on one issue that Olivia Hale brought up. The staffing of this committee is going to be by which department?
Well, Ms. Hale?
If I could just make a comment on that. I think we ought to take the MAC model that we used for Woodbridge and Lockford and Murata and everybody else, where they appoint their own secretary. The meeting notes is everything subject to the Brown Act, but then they tend to report to me, which I distribute to you. So you don't actually need a county staffer other than the elections office there to participate, because it'll be secretaried by a member.
Michelle?
Okay,
Is that okay?
as the board directs.
Okay.
Through the chair, I have one more quick thing to add if I can.
Yes.
So who's going to do the first, like the first meeting and scheduling that? Is that going to be your office, Supervisor Dean?
Nicole Gehring, can you address? Are you doing this? Who's doing this?
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. I just want to make sure. I just want to be clear. Thank you so much.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations as presented.
Got a motion? Got a second? Oh, well, let's go ahead with the motion first. You have a second on it?
I just have one question.
Yeah, we're going to do the.
I'll second. Yeah, second.
Okay, we're going to do the motion first before we get into the vote. So Supervisor Canepa.
I just think that there needs to be some money allotted with it. So, I mean, is that a friendly amendment?
Well,
I mean, so I just worry about the openness of that meeting, and no offense that you guys can't run it correctly, but I mean, I think we need to.
Well, you can do a friendly amendment. Whether the motion made, you can do a friendly amendment about to
providing $5,000.
Well, about to investigate it if there is
need.
If there is a need for money.
County staff to run the meeting and do the invites and things like that. I think, you know what I mean? I don't want to come back and them saying, you know what, you didn't do a good job. So I want to make sure that we're doing a good job.
So, Councilor, so we can do that amendment. My question is for friendly amendment to offer financial assistance to this committee. Can we give them? Does it have to?
Not to exceed or something.
Not to exceed, or something.
I think the question again though would be who is who's going to be watching that money? Where's that money going? Which department? So I think that still maybe needs to be that you do want some administrative support.
I thought he put that on your plate.
Yeah, no,
that's what I heard in the first comment down there.
I know that Ms. Gehring had reached out to the county administrator's office, and I think Sandy, if she that can.
Okay.
Through the chair, I was just asking Ms. Hale. Apparently, she should have an extra $5,000 in appropriations that we could do this.
So 23,
what we
24.
would do. So if there was no funding, we do have to budget it somewhere. So we would ask that if this can be a friendly amendment. I don't know if we can do that. It does take a 4/5, so we're going to add, if we're going to add any funding, but we can take that out of the contingency provision budget as well, if Ms. Hale's budget.
Motion for a friendly then amendment to add up to $5,000 for whoever's staff is going to be doing this.
From the contingency budget from the ROV. Is that what you're saying?
Contingency provision budget if the ROV can't absorb it in theirs.
Okay, so from the contingency budget. So
what she just said.
And if we are going to move funding or increase anybody's budget, it does take a 4/5.
Right. Well, until June also. We could
put that in the, yes.
Right. And so you have a friendly amendment, say it one more time, to offer financial assistance of $5,000 from the.
If there's extra staff resources that need to be had to make it, because obviously it's a public meeting, we need to make sure that
Right, but let's just get to stay with the motion.
Okay, so $5,000
from the
I don't know which
contingency
budget. So which budget do we decide?
Contingency budget.
The contingency budget.
It's coming from the contingency provision budget. But
that's all we need, right there, right?
Yes.
We'll stop right there.
Okay.
So we have that amendment.
Thank you.
Okay with that? Who made the motion? Supervisor Patty, you made the motion? Or you
I made
okay
the
with
motion,
that?
Chairman.
You already made the motion, but are you okay with that friendly amendment?
It is. I just have a question for legality. To the chair, through county council, can we allocate use of funds, or we have to explore it first because it's not agendized? So just for a point of order on what we can legally do right now.
I think you're good. For most of the board created committees, you have staff that actually staffs it. So baked into the existence of that committee is time, staff time, et cetera. And so I think in considering Supervisor Dean's recommendation, your friendly amendment would be okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Chairman, I'm fine with the amendment, and it stands.
All right, so let's go ahead and go with the vote. All right, is adopted 4-0. All right, before we move on to item number 4, it is 12:10. Do you guys want to take a 30-minute lunch break? Or you want to push forward? You want?
How long do we have for 4 and 5, do you think?
God knows.
And then 5? Let's take a half-hour lunch.
Supervisor Canepa, what do you like to do? Whatever. What about you, Supervisor Dean? All right, we'll come back at 12:40. We'll take a slight recess until 12:40. See you all then. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is 12:41. We are back from our recess, so we will jump right into it. So we're going to jump into the discussion of Health and Human Services. Item number 4, approve 5-year agreement with NAFCare Inc. for an electronic health record system for $2.4 million and approve fiscal year 23-24 appropriation increase of $1,355,817. So with that, Mr. Diedrich, I assume that would be you, since you're the only one in the room. Well, you too, of course, staff, but yeah.
Yeah, I believe Lakeisha Holton, who's a nurse practitioner, who's our correctional health administrator, must still be out at lunch, but I could take the agenda item. I believe the presentation. So thank you, Chair Rickman, members of the Board of Supervisors. Today, discussing approval of a 5-year agreement with NAFCare for electronic health record system and appropriations increase. I got a paper copy. So under AB 109, criminal justice realignment in 2021, some incarcerated individuals who would normally spend their multi-year sentence in state prison remain housed in the county jail. And to date, the longest serving individual in county jail has been there 10 years and 8 months. So that's a huge difference. Prior to criminal justice realignment, misdemeanors were held in the jail, and that was commonly up to a 12-month sentence. So this leads to correctional health care having experienced a significant increase in both medically and mentally complex patients, if you will. About 40% of the individuals, hello. I'll bat your first slide down here. About 40% of the individuals incarcerated in local jails have some form of chronic illness. Correctional Health currently provides care to an average daily population of about 1,200 individuals, of which 51% take daily medications, while 31% take 2 or more daily medications. And according to the U.S. Department of Bureau of Justice Statistics, 63% of people sentenced to jail meet the diagnostic statistic manual, which is how we diagnose individuals with behavioral health conditions for drug or alcohol dependence. So 63% of those sentenced meet these criteria, whereas only 4% in the general population. And with me, as I mentioned, I have Lakeisha Holton. She's our nurse practitioner. She's our correctional health administrator. She's been in that position approximately about 1.5 years, and I'll let her take over this slide deck since she was so gracious to prepare it for us.
Thank you. Okay, so Title 15 minimum standards obligate the jail to ensure that basic and emergency health care services are provided to everyone experiencing incarceration. These services include chronic care management for conditions like high blood pressure, diabetes, heart failure, and communicable diseases like HIV, hepatitis C, and syphilis. As the community continues to age, so does the incarcerated population, and healthcare staff is now providing more skilled nursing for those experiencing dementia, cancer, and other age-related conditions within the facility. CHS, with the assistance of behavioral health services, public health services, and community partners, address mental health needs, substance use disorder treatment, and in some cases arrange for specialty care like chemotherapy, radiation, gender-affirming hormone therapy, and dialysis. Integration of electronic health record technology has been a primary feature of healthcare in the United States for nearly 20 years. In 2017, CHS transitioned from paper documentation to a computerized charting system. When the system was acquired, CHS anticipated that it would one day need to replace the system to effectively meet community standards of care for the increasingly complex demands of the incarcerated patient population. The current vendor has decided that correctional health is no longer an area of business they wish to pursue and will terminate support and maintenance for the version in use at CHS that contains essential correctional specific components. We have been told the interruption in support and maintenance will occur before the year's end, leaving CHS vulnerable to HIPAA compliance exposure and could negatively impact patient care. Last year, the county initiated a request for proposal resulting in selection of NAFCare, the creators of TechCare, a correctional health care specific electronic health record system, as the replacement of choice. Why NAFCare? TechCare is a comprehensive healthcare management system built by professionals who understand the challenges of providing healthcare in this unique setting and need to support and maximize on-site services when possible. Despite the potential benefits of an EHR, its implementation is a difficult and complex task, whose success depends on many factors. This complex, interconnected correctional healthcare specific EHR system bridges healthcare and law and justice environments that will require ongoing, high-level, advanced professional IT support to plan, coordinate, design, test, implement, and maintain the EHR system and its various interfaces with external data systems. CHS will also require an administrative project manager for the electronic health record implementation, configuration, customization, maintenance, and continued adoption of the technology. This individual would also act as the liaison between the vendor, ISD, and staff, mediating system issues, onboarding new staff, and supporting HIPAA and regulatory compliance, as well as records management throughout the contract's life and beyond. Given the magnitude and scope of this project, extensive preparation and continued maintenance required beyond initial implementation, CHS, in conjunction with Healthcare Services IT and Human Resources, has determined that a Department Information Systems Analyst 4 and a Business Analyst 2 are critical to the success of this project and the long-term staffing needs of CHS. These positions will be included as part of the 2023-2024 proposed budget. However, due to the extensive background clearance required to work at the jail, it is imperative that we begin the search for candidates and be able to extend conditional job offers prior to the beginning of the next fiscal year. The EHR will cost the county $2.4 million over 5 years and require an appropriation increase of $1,355,817 in fiscal year 23-24 to cover the cost of additional salaries, hardware, and EHR implementation fees. Although incarceration is often counterproductive to the health and well-being of the affected population, it does create a public health opportunity, providing screening, diagnosis, treatment, and post-release linkage to care for members of a vulnerable population who may not seek or have access to services otherwise. Implementing an EHR that can actively engage with the health information exchange, creating seamless and rapid communication between medical, mental health, and other community providers represents the technological innovation required to continue to provide outstanding care to this underserved population while minimizing county liability, improving safety, and decreasing cost. Questions?
I'd just also add, in 2017, correctional healthcare went from paper patient records to electronic records. We adopted eClinicalWorks, which was the standard that was adopted by San Joaquin General Hospital, SJ Health, and also Public Health when we had ambulatory clinics. So that's why we went with that vendor. Since that time, the hospital stood up Cerner. The FQHC is moving toward another platform, and as Lakeisha mentioned, this vendor is exiting the jail space. And when we went from paper to electronic, we did not onboard any additional positions at that time. It was more of a slow rolling implementation. This one's going to be more of a big bang where we cut over from one system to the next on a cutover time frame. So as Lakeisha mentioned, this is a community standard. It is instant access, remote access, concurrent access. It allows us to address gaps in patient care. And I think overall, in conjunction with us standing up correctional health and having it facilitated by county staff really reduces liability for the county. So with that, be happy to address any questions. And I guess lastly, this is atypical. It took us a while to do the RFP. And then since we didn't know the results of the RFP until the January timeframe, we obviously did not have the appropriations in the current fiscal year budget. And then we're kind of past the blackout period for new positions for the current fiscal year. And that's why it's kind of atypical of asking for positions now and starting the recruitment such that they can actually get through the background process and land first pay period in July and move forward with the vendor. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dietrich and Ms. Holton. Thank you very much, too. Great job on the slides.
Thanks.
All right, bring it back to the board for discussion. None. I'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the contract between the county and NAFCare.
Got a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion and a second. Could I have a vote, please? All right, it's adopted 4-0.
Thank you, Supervisors.
All right, thank you. All right, move on to item number 5, retroactive approval of public health emergency preparedness, the PHEP, tender agreement for the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2027 for a maximum amount of 5,008,876 and acceptance of informational presentation on the PHEP program. I would say that would be Mr. Dietrich, since you haven't moved too far. All yours.
Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I know we have several staff from Public Health with me today. I think they must be coming back from lunch. So leading their presentation this morning will be Gwen Calloway, who is a public health emergency preparedness manager. I guess until she comes up, just we do have a PowerPoint and just some preliminary comments that this is separate from the after action report from COVID, and that was indeed an after action report, a hot wash, and not a specific plan. But with that, introduce Gwen Calloway.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for my slight tardiness.
Good afternoon.
My name is Gwen Calloway, and I'm the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for Public Health Services here. So I appreciate this opportunity to provide some information to you about our program. Ooh, excuse me, let me catch my breath for a moment.
Where the heck do you go to lunch? Yeah, you run somewhere?
I know, I should have just come straight back from lunch, right? That's okay. I appreciate this opportunity nonetheless. But yeah, so before we get exactly into our program, I just wanted to talk about how public health fits into the larger preparedness framework throughout our country. So the way that it's oriented, that it's organized, is what's called the National Response Framework, or NRF, which is a framework that FEMA has put together that is just a model for all localities to use for response and preparedness activities. And a big piece of that framework, I won't go over the whole thing, there's a lot going on, but a big piece of that are what's called emergency support functions. And there are a total of 15 of them, and each emergency support function covers like a different sector that might be involved in an emergency or incident response. So the one I want to touch on here today is ESF 8, which is our public health and medical. So there are actually several agencies within our county that fall under this ESF 8 designation when it comes to emergency preparedness or emergency response. And so public health services, of course, being one of them. Emergency medical services is another, EMS. Environmental health, behavioral health, all of these agencies fall under ESF 8. And there are several instances in which an ESF 8 agency might play the lead in an emergency or incident response, or even if we're just having an exercise to test out some plans. And these are, as you can see up here, things like emerging disease outbreaks or incidents of bioterrorism, which we'll touch on more in a couple of slides. But there are also several incidences where ESF 8, where our agencies would play much more of a supporting role within, some kind of response. So these are things like natural disasters or a mass fatality incident. And so an example of that, as we've seen with our floods that we've had, HSA, Human Services Agency, is our lead for a different ESF, for ESF 6, Care and Shelter. And since they've opened up some shelters throughout the county for flood evacuees, our job as a supporting agency under ESF 8 is to provide public health nursing support to those shelters so that we can make sure that infection control prevention measures are in place for those evacuees, avoiding any possible outbreaks in that conjugate living setting. So just a little bit of background on public health and how it fits into response and preparedness. So next I want to talk about actual FEP. So PHEP, Public Health Emergency Preparedness, is both the name of the program as well as the funding that supports it. And this is a critical source of federal funding for state, local, and territorial public health departments. And it was created as a response to the post-9/11 anthrax and ricin attacks. So it was originally created back in 2002. And as we can see here, it was originally intended to combat bioterrorism in the wake of 9/11. But as time has gone on, and they've really had a look at our program activities and what the needs were, what the hazards are throughout our country, it's really grown to include preparedness and resilience in the face of a wide number of public health emergencies, natural disasters, or sea-burn events. So that's chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear events. So there's quite the range. Now, the way this funding is structured is it is a cooperative agreement with the CDC, and the CDC contracts with the state health department, so California Department of Public Health, who then contracts with local health departments. And to my knowledge, all 61 local health jurisdictions in California do receive this funding and conduct the requisite activities. And San Joaquin County has received this funding since 2003, which is just about as early as you could get it. So about 20 years at this point. So FEP is not a new program by any stretch. It's been around for quite a while. And the way that this funding is structured is it is a 5-year contract cycle, basically. And this is currently year 1 of that contract cycle. It is retro to July 1, 2022. And this funding is divided sort of into 3 budget tranches. And the first is kind of our basic base FEP program. We also support lab activities with this FEP funding. And then there is a third for pandemic influenza. You'll often hear it called just pan flu. All right, so what does FEP funding do? Which is, it currently supports 5.65 FTEs, and this includes a coordinator, emergency planners, 2 senior microbiologists with our lab. I didn't have room on the slide, but it also supports a health educator and epidemiologist. So there are staff currently working on these projects, and they conduct just a number of activities that support both our departmental preparedness. We do work closely with the community, with our community-based organizations, our faith-based organizations, as well as our partners throughout the county with the Office of Emergency Services, with Emergency Medical Services, our healthcare partners, our other ESF partners throughout the county, and of course the community, as I mentioned just a moment ago. We also conduct activities with relation to information surge and incident management, countermeasures, mitigations. We do provide some funds to support our lab at the health department. So we are a regional reference lab. We do service several other counties in addition to San Joaquin. And basically the reference lab just means that we have some extra equipment, extra expertise that allows us to analyze and detect any potential emerging public health threats that might be coming our way. And then, of course, pandemic influenza planning and just a plethora of supplies to support those specific activities within the work plan. And last but not least, I just wanted to touch really briefly on the role of FEP and our health department's accreditation. So for anyone who might not be aware, a health department can be accredited the same way that a hospital can or a school can, and that currently Public Health Services is nationally accredited by the Public Health Accreditation Board, or FAB. We gained that distinction in 2021, and it is a 5-year cycle, so we'll be gearing up for reaccreditation in just a couple of years. But within the standards and measures that FAB looks at to assess our health department and see if we're, up to snuff for being accredited, they do look at emergency preparedness because it is considered what they call a foundational capability. And this is on par with things like community development, policy development, performance management, equity. All of these things are considered foundational capabilities and really just show how emergency preparedness is expected to be interwoven throughout our departmental operations as a whole. So I'd just like to conclude with our recommendation here for the signature of our 5-year contract for the FEP program for a maximum amount of just over $5 million over a course of 5 years. I'm very happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Callaway, thank you.
I was just going to thank you, Gwen, for that very professional. This is really building capacity. It's planning, it's preparedness. As Gwen mentioned, it pays for staff training, personal protective equipment, exercising. In and of itself is not a plan, but really allows the county and our partners to plan, use the framework, and be well prepared for a variety of different local emergencies that we would participate in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Diedrich. Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I assume you got the list of questions and everything else that I had pre-sent to you. And let me just put this in a nutshell. When you mix, again, it goes back to my just being right sometimes isn't enough. It's perception. And when you tie the words federal government and preparedness in the same sentence, I get concerned about those that sometimes to maintain your jobs at certain levels means you have to make things happen so you can keep. Is there anything with this funding? Let's just, the elephant in the room. We just went through this COVID absolute flipping nightmare where things were done and we're just starting to analyze exactly what happened and, whether it was right or wrong, that's where we're at. Is there anything in this money here that's going to tie us to future activities of, mass vaccinations, masking? I mean, is this more planning? I don't even know where I'm going. I mean, the questions were a little bit more specific, but I think that's what scares the bejesus out of everybody is, are we preparing for the next round of activity?
I'll make some initial comments, but I appreciate Gwen. She's very much the subject matter expert. But all emergencies are local until they're not. And when we exhaust our local resources, we look to the region. We belong to a regional for OES and EMS. Then we look to the state and the federal government. There's not a particular plan. I know some of the questions were about that there is an overall emergency preparedness plan and then some annexes that get into some specifics. The letter and some of this talks about pods, which are our point of dispensing. If we needed to do something mass vaccination, it allows us to basically be prepared to do that. But that's all voluntary. No one in this county. I know during the COVID emergency, there was mandates from the state looking to have healthcare workers in particular having vaccines, given that we had funding from CMS at the federal level. Any waiver, medical or religious, that was presented to me, we signed. There was no one that was forced to take a vaccine in our workforce or was excused from employment for not taking a vaccine.
Yeah, he's correct. The point of the FEP grant is preparedness. It is to safeguard the safety and well-being of the residents of our county. As Mr. Dietrich mentioned, it is voluntary. Our point of dispensing trailers are just for making sure that for those who want it, they can, and that we are prepared for that eventuality because there are many residents of our county who were very grateful for the work that we were able to do, and for those who wanted the vaccine or therapeutics or something to that effect, we were able to provide that for them as a result of the planning and preparedness that we were allowed to conduct because we had the funding from this grant. It's very much about creating, coordination and communication with our county partners. We work very closely with the Office of Emergency Services, with EMS, to make sure that our coordination is where it should be, so that everything runs smoothly, so that if they have a resource that we need, we're able to provide that to them. Because these relationships don't just happen, overnight. It's always best to have these things in place beforehand, because when things escalate, if it whether it is able to be handled at the local level or not, it's always best to know who your partners are beforehand, and to be able to have those smooth working relationships beforehand. And I think that's also a really key component of this grant, is it is a major conduit to allow us to do that.
And one more comment. I promise I'm not going to turn this into an Australian ballot conversation. But I do take exception, with all due respect, when I hear that they weren't mandated. If any of you have been in private business here in the county and you can't get on a plane and you can't have customers, and yeah, nobody strapped us to a table and jammed a needle in our arms, but they caused such disastrous psychological effects on our education system. I mean, we've got grading, kids are 2 years behind right now. I mean, it was just monstrous what happened there. And that's our concern, my concern. I'm sorry, I don't mean to speak for anybody else. But when I see money, I just hope everybody's wide awake this time and understands that you can mandate vaccines and policies without actually mandating them. You just cuff us.
And I appreciate that. Locally, we had no vaccine mandates. Those were state and federal, so they were outside our jurisdiction.
Okay. All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Calloway. Good presentation. And just to recap, there's nothing in this that cedes our power or authority. Only when there's state or national emergencies do we actually lose any autonomy to make decisions locally. Is that correct?
It really is. It's federal money, but it's delegated down to the local. It's contracted basically.
No, I'm not talking about the money. I'm just talking about the decision-making process.
Decision-making?
Yeah.
No,
This doesn't tie our hands or oblige us.
No, not at all.
Autonomy by accepting this and working with the protocols for preparedness.
No, not at all. It creates the ability for us locals to be prepared to handle it ourselves, basically.
Yeah, the framework of the Incident Command System, the SIMS and NIMS, National Incident Management System, the state uses SIMS, but it's basically a coordination framework where there is a multi-agency council we stood that up within EMS. We worked with our 7 acute care hospitals. Come to consensus in those meetings. It was led by our Mohawk, our medical health operational area coordinator, but got to consensus early on. All 7 hospitals voluntarily stopped doing elective surgeries to preserve personal protective equipment and have capacity there. So there are groups like that come to consensus and make decisions. So it is what we can manage. What is it? Our local authority is not ceded just because it becomes a global pandemic.
Right, understood. And this, again, is different than a healthcare concern. And I, like anybody in this room, and I want to note that thanks to our chairman, Rickman, myself, and others on the board over the last couple of years, San Joaquin County led the state in challenging, filing lawsuits against, and demanding information be provided that we were really on the forefront of these challenges to the state's authority, decision-making process, and everything else. So we're not idle here. We're not negligent in our position and our rights. But I share those concerns that when you start mandating, vaccines, which this is not. So we're clear, and I get that. And I think it's a very slippery slope when you see the CDC and the World Health Organization all talking about how they want to have this overriding authority above us, which that's very concerning. But that's not what any of this is. So we're not ceding authority. We're not relinquishing our autonomy. We are simply receiving dollars to make sure that we're up. Now, final question for you. Is Office of Emergency Services integrated into this process?
So they don't administer the grant at all, but they're very much a key partner in our activities. Tiffany and I talk all the time. I have staff with them in the EOC for the flood response, for example. Yes, we're very much close partners, yes.
Okay, excellent. Because I know that we in the county are looking to expand and enhance and maximize, making certain that we're fully covered and engaged with any emergency preparedness. So thank you. I think that answers my questions and concerns, and appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
And I just comment, because I know other counties, other jurisdictions, there were people arrested for not wearing a mask or being out in public. That never occurred. I know of no one in this county that was arrested, let alone prosecuted, for not wearing a mask against state mandate.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor, well, that's it. So I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address this board, please come forward.
Hi, Board. Lauren Cardinale again with Private Peoples of California. The comments that have been provided are inaccurate. The ESF 8 will take the power from the board in the emergency per the Disaster Council. The Disaster Council is made of 10 people, 8 of which are unelected city managers. Supervisor Rickman, excuse me, I'm a little nervous, and the sheriff are on that council. They didn't make quorum during the largest emergency of all time. Ms. Calloway is also incorrect. The ESF 8 is Maggie Park. In an emergency, the senior official, who is Greg Dietrich, will take power in this exact work plan. What are the risks of our county? Political expediency injuring our people. Lack of federal government oversight. Congress is an abject failure in moderating the government they have created. People like Mrs. Calloway are highly educated and have no real-world experience on what her policies and procedures are doing to the people. They can make up plans and make up papers, but they don't see what happened to our community. Third-generation businesses shut down forever. Children were injured. Adults were injured. The authority will change hands. It will leave the board, and it will go directly to senior officials per the federal government documents, which I read all of them. I didn't have time to train in them because you need 300 hours, which Tetra Tech put subject matter experts on who did not do that. You hired untrained people to give you advice about best practices on a global scale. The world is playing chess with our lives, and you guys are going to pay people whom actually get paid to make those reports? You can't even sign this grant because you can't commence work on it. Our recommendations from our Public Health Services Division said that we must not commence work. You've already commenced work by allowing pandemic procedures to consider in 4 locations. There isn't enough money to pay for the people whom they are saying in their forms and recommendations they are doing. Her response to your recommendation might be accurate, but it's not precisely following the law. I have a right, per Health and Safety Code 4, to my accrued rights. They're like the 10 Commandments, and they were signed in 1791. The state of California cannot tell people what to do with their medical health, and it comes from FEMA. The definition of a whole community is an individual. And I have a right here to stand here and work in this planning process. And you hired a bunch of academics with no real-world experience to come and tell us how to do it. I was on the best national basketball program ever because I took charges. I'm not the fastest. I'm not the strongest. I'm definitely not the best. And I'm putting myself at grave public exposure here because I don't want my community to fall apart. We're raised well here. I am a defensive strategist and part of a military family, and you guys need to step in and protect our people from this ridiculous lies and policy that is not accurate or precise. And I also would like for you to look into where the money is coming from to pay for things that have already occurred.
Thank you. Anybody else from the board? Excuse me, from the public wishing to address the public or the board? Everything turned around here.
Hello, everybody. It's basically a Tetra Tech plan, is whatever plan you call it. It's going to violate medical freedom, violates my privacy. And by the way, the current healthcare system they have a separate code for people that did not get the vaccine. It's happening right now. It's like the mark. It's like World War II, Nazi Germany, when they were marking the Jews and Nazis. That's what they've done to the unvaccinated. These are countermeasures. They even said it outright, countermeasures. It breaks my civil rights and existing laws by using policy and procedures via planning. And what about strings attached? Remember, you get money from the government, but what's the strings attached? There's always something to it. You got to follow their orders. It's not autonomy. It's not local control. Sheriff won't have any say in this. And he's the supreme constitutional authority by the U.S. Constitution. It's the sheriff. CDC, FEMA takes over. You guys have no rights. Citizens won't have any rights. The county would have no say, of course. Citizens have no say. So the real public emergency threat, I mean, if you guys want to talk about public health, why don't you go right here, O'Mormon Slough, right here. Go to the homeless camps. See tons of garbage out there, rats.
Alex, can you address the board, please?
So, the board, I urge you to reject these funds and reject the whole idea. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Molly Watkins. I guess the question I have as just general public is, doesn't seem like a great plan. So if you go with no plan, we have very intelligent people. We pay people a lot of money of my tax dollars in this county. So can't the people you have already here figure out the problems, solve the problems? You have a great hospital, the county hospital. I always say if I get shot, take me to county. That's where I want to go. The people are excellent over there. Why do we need this grant money? Just because it's out there doesn't mean it's good. That's my question.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board? And no one will bring it back to the board. And Ms. Watkins' question, why do we need the money?
Oh, to me.
Yes, or
Sorry.
Mr. Diedrich.
Sorry. Yes, we do need the money because that is how those of us who live here, work here, get paid to do that work. We are locals. This money allows us to employ emergency planners, to employ, health educator and epidemiologist myself, and create that local capacity in order to make sure that these plans work for our county, that they work for our structures, that they work for our policies. This grant has nothing to do with Tetra Tech or outside contractors. They're not the ones writing our plans. All they're doing is just helping us take a third-party look, because it's hard to look at yourself and to evaluate yourself. You're too close to it. So in order to get a more unbiased opinion, that's why a contractor was brought in. But these funds are for our local staff, for our local employees of San Joaquin County, to then look at our plans and take those lessons learned into account.
Okay, what about another question, or who's talking?
Oh, if I could add, beyond just staffing, preparedness, this is personal protective equipment. Gwen mentioned we have a regional lab. So I know you're in law enforcement. Several times a year, we get FBI and others bringing us powder envelopes that we test locally. Some of this funding allows us to have that regional capacity in our county and our regional public health lab, and I just wanted to point that out.
Okay, thank you. And another question, accusation, whatever it may be, strings attached. So are there strings attached to that?
No, really, it's the same type of reporting that is required of any grant, no matter where it comes from, whether it's a local grant, state, federal. Just that we report that we've done the items in the work plan. Have we trained our staff? Have we maintained operational awareness? Have we conducted exercises to make sure that our preparedness and our responses are as they should be? Have we updated our local plans to make sure that they are applicable to today, that they are updated with, new hires or, changes in county policy or structure that are applicable? It's really just your typical reporting. That is, we don't cede anything to anybody. It doesn't require us to, look to another agency or another authority. This grant doesn't do that. It helps us locally build and maintain our own capacity for preparedness and resilience.
Okay. My last clarifying question that you could say before I go to the board. Counselor, you heard from the board and from the public. Is there anything that you're aware of that from us accepting this money would make us give up any type of authority that we have as a county?
No, Supervisor Rickman.
All right, thank you, Counselor. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Canepa.
I just have a question. So in years past, which companies did you hire for the outside look? I mean, this has been around since what, 20?
So this is different. I know December 13th, I believe we had an after-action report on COVID brought by Tetra Tech, and that's a best practice after an incident or a big emergency like this to have a hot wash or an after-action report. For transparency as well, to have a third party and the grand jury asking a couple reports, we decided to do an RFP and hire a external contractor to come in to provide recommendations and a critique of our response. But it is an after-action report. The Tetra Tech report is not specifically a plan or compels the county to do anything. It's a set of recommendations that we're working through.
Okay, so there's no hiring people off of their report. I mean, this is what's been going on in Continuum since its inception, is what I'm understanding.
Public health emergency preparedness, and she mentioned the bioterrorism aspect back in 9/11 timeframe. So yeah, it's been going on for 20 years, and it supports preparedness and coordination. We do tabletop and functional exercises. It allows us to integrate and work with our partners to be as best prepared as possible for when, unfortunately, things arise that collectively we have to address.
I mean, so obviously things like contamination in water, and that's all part of this, as far as like bioterrorism, things like that would come through this.
So I don't know if Tiffany Hoyer is here, but she's OES, and OES is the keeper of the Master Emergency Preparedness Plan. There are annexes. Gwen mentioned all the emergency services functions. So there are generalized plans for each of those functions. She mentioned ESF 6 and the Human Services Agency and Care and Shelter. So there's plans there that are broad. They don't get down into specifics of is this an avian bird flu or is it anthrax or somebody polluting the water. They are general plans, and some of them have annexes that get into more specificity. But there's not deep dive plans on any potentiality.
But in reality, though, if you don't take this grant, you theoretically could use six positions.
Correct, and funding for personal protective equipment and other resources within our lab.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
I'm just trying to keep my eye on the ball here. The grant funding, the $5 million, there's no tie to, none of this money is going to Tetra Tech.
No.
All the money is staying local. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. A little house cleaning. I know that several weeks ago, probably a couple of months or so, this had come up. It popped up on the radar. There was concerns raised, and I had publicly admonished our CAO for not informing us about this, that this had come back and that we were not informed. So my apologies. I understand that this is not the case. I understand that, as we pulled and asked Director Dietrich came forward, said the things that are being raised aren't in this document at all, and appreciate the public's engagement through the chair, recognizing County Council and the presentation by Ms. Calloway that everything is above boards and looks good, and the concerns that are viable concerns. I absolutely will not stand by for mandatory vaccinations and any imposition of our personal health choices. So, and again, I'm proud that myself, Supervisor Rickman, our chairman, and others in this county spoke up and challenged the state above and beyond what any other county had done in this state. So that was to our credit that we are responsive. We understand the concerns that are out there. We are not negligent. We stood up for children's rights. We stood up against vaccinating children. We stood up against mandating. We stood up against imposing anything restrictive. And to Director Dietrich's point, we absolutely did not impose additional restrictions and hardships. We stuck with the bare minimum and never above, and we even fought and led opening up businesses that were shut down. So I'll move forward, barring any other discussion. I'll move forward and accept the presentation of the Public Health Emergency Preparedness PEP program and retroactively approve and authorize the chairman to sign contract number 22-10679 with the California Department of Public Health for emergency preparedness funds for the periods of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2027 for a maximum amount of $5,800,000 $5,008,876, I believe that is. Now make that as a motion.
Motion, we got a second?
Second.
And we got a second by Supervisor Canepa. Could vote, please? And is adopted 4-0. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 6, which is from Public Works. There he comes. Oral presentation regarding Delta advocacy and Delta Counties Coalition. And Mr. Buchanan, I take it you're the man of the hour.
Just me today.
Supervisor Canepa, while he gets ready, you want to sing a song or anything? All right.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, I'm sorry, Chair Rickman and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman with your Department of Public Works. This item is the third in a series of presentations our department is making at the request of the chair regarding the county's water-related activities and committees. This presentation is about activities related to Delta advocacy and the Delta Counties Coalition. San Joaquin County is unquestionably tied to the long-term economic, social, and environmental viability of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Roughly 2/3 of the legal delta is within San Joaquin County, and the delta comprises about 1/3 of the county's area. Delta is a critical resource of statewide importance as well. 500,000 acres of prime farmland is located in the delta. Total delta agricultural production is valued at approximately $1.5 billion annually, which in turn results in nearly $5 billion in value added to the state's economy. Delta is the hub of the state's water system and provides a portion of the water supply for more than 27 million people and 3 million irrigated acres. Bay Delta Estuary is home to more than 55 species of fish, 750 species of plants, and provides irreplaceable habitat to numerous migratory bird species. More than $60 billion worth of public infrastructure is located in the Delta, including critical backbone facilities of statewide importance related to transportation, such as railroads and highways, natural gas storage, and power, fuel, and water transmission facilities. Delta's hundreds of miles of navigable waterways support maritime commerce and transportation of goods, along with providing world-class boating and recreation opportunities. With the majority of the Delta being within its boundaries, San Joaquin County is ground zero for the battle over Delta water in the state, and advocating for the county's interest in the Delta has been a long-standing priority of our Board of Supervisors. The health of the Delta ecosystem has been in serious decline since the 1980s. While there are certainly a number of different stressors on the Delta, we think exporting too much water at the wrong times is the primary explanation. Several iterations of physical solutions intended to increase and or maintain Delta export quantities have been proposed since the 1940s. All of these solutions involve diverting Sacramento River water upstream of the Delta, just south of Sacramento, and conveying it around or under the Delta to the export pumps in the South Delta. Of course, this approach is very expensive. Most recent single tunnel proposal by the Newsom administration is estimated at roughly $16 billion. This estimate is likely significantly understated due to age and the fact that it doesn't include financing costs.
I'm sorry, what was that amount again? Can you move a little closer to the mic also?
Sure, sorry.
Is it 16 or 60?
16 billion.
Okay. Thank you.
Again, probably significantly understated because of the age of the estimate and the fact that it doesn't include financing costs. With financing, it might be closer to that 60 billion figure you mentioned. Delta counties of, which are the counties of Contra Costa, Sacramento, San Joaquin, Solano, and Yolo, formed a coalition in 2008. And never mind Alameda County, it's got a tiny piece of the Delta, but we don't count them. And this was before I came to the county, but my understanding is the impetus behind forming the coalition was the Schwarzenegger administration renewing activities for a Delta conveyance project and discussions about new Delta reform legislation, which eventually was enacted in 2009. DCC's primary goals are to advocate to improve the Delta ecosystem, to promote a more reliable water supply for the state, and to protect and enhance the Delta communities. DCC aims to achieve these goals by advocating for a statewide water solution that includes water system operational and conveyance improvements, regional water supply self-reliance, Delta levee improvements, water storage, and Delta restoration. Shortly after forming, the DCC put together a set of 12 principles to guide its advocacy activities related to the Delta. Although there have been a couple minor updates, these principles have essentially remained intact over the DCC's 15-year history. I'll take a moment to briefly touch on some of the key principles. The first principle is to protect and improve Delta water quality. The next speaks to protecting the existing state water rights priority system, along with the very solid legislative protections that are currently in place for the Delta. Water rights priorities are frequently attacked by junior water rights holders to the south of us, and in fact, there are state bills in play right now that would undermine senior water rights within and upstream of the Delta. There are a couple of principles about respecting local government authorities and ensuring that local governments are sufficiently represented in Delta governance structures. There's a principle about supporting Delta levee improvements and maintenance, and another that supports immediate improvements and through Delta conveyance. And the last one I'll touch on is one that expresses support for Delta conservation actions that are consistent with the DCC's principles and the habitat plans and programs for each Delta county. So, what is the makeup of the DCC team? Each county has 2 supervisors, and those are appointed for San Joaquin are Supervisors Patty and Ding. Each county has technical / policy staff. Sacramento and San Joaquin each have more than one. Sacramento and San Joaquin have regular participants from their county council's offices. County council participation from the other counties is essentially only on an as-needed basis. State and federal lobbyists from each of the Delta counties participate, some of whom represent more than one Delta county. Our state lobbyists Paul Yoder and Karen Lang from SYASL Partners are participate, along with our federal water lobbyists from Ferguson Group, Roger Gwynn. They're all part of the team. Stephanie Yoder from SY Communications, whom your board is very familiar with, serves as the team's primary communications consultant. And finally, the DCC has engaged a consultant attorney who, among other things, keeps us abreast of numerous Delta-related organization activities and advises on environmental, regulatory, and statutory issues. The DCC engages in a very wide variety of advocacy efforts. DCC communicates extensively with our state and federal delegation regarding Delta issues and DCC priorities. DCC representatives have made numerous trips to Washington and Sacramento to advocate for a variety of DCC interests with our legislators representing other areas, and key administration staff. DCC representatives met with Governor Newsom shortly after he was sworn in as governor, and the DCC met with Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot on a regular basis for nearly 2 years. The DCC and its lobbyist team are almost constantly engaged in influencing and taking positions on state and federal legislation regarding the Delta and associated water, environmental, and regulatory issues. DCC supervisors have undertaken numerous tours of editorial boards for newspapers throughout the state, discussing Delta tunnels, alternatives thereto, and other issues covered by the DCC principles. Additionally, DCC supervisors have authored dozens of opinion editorials on these topics. DCC staff and supervisors have put together numerous tours of the Delta for our state and federal legislators and their staff, and state water board members as well. These whole-day tours have been a very effective way to educate decision and policymakers regarding the beauty and importance of the Delta. Last June, the DCC hosted a summit for local governments and water agencies throughout the Delta region to educate them about the Delta Conveyance Project, or call it DCP, and its impacts. The DCC encouraged these agencies to comment on the DCP's environmental documents and asked them to adopt a resolution opposing the DCP and supporting the DCC principles. A number of cities, water districts, and the San Joaquin Farm Bureau adopted resolutions as a result. The DCC has commented on 3 iterations of state and federal tunnel project environmental documents over the past 10 years, most recently in December of 22 and last month, March 2023. Finally, the DCC advocates on an ongoing basis for state and federal funding that will advance the DCC principles. Last December, the DCC secured a $50 million federal authorization for water and wastewater projects in the 2022 Water Resources Development Act. Near the beginning of each year, the DCC establishes strategic priorities. The DCC supervisors are scheduled to meet later this month, which is later than usual due to this year's storm emergencies, to discuss the priorities for 2023. The draft priorities that GCC staff and lobbyists put together for the supervisors' consideration includes opposing state and federal funding for any other actions that would facilitate the Delta Tunnel, and this is sort of a standing priority for the DCC. Seeking state and federal funding and or financing support for Delta water infrastructure under the federal authorization I just mentioned a couple minutes ago, in Delta ecosystem preservation, Delta levee improvements and maintenance, invasive species and abandoned vessel eradication, and full funding for the Bureau of Reclamation's Water Smart program. We'll also be closely monitoring developments related to the State Water Board's Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and advocating in support of the DCC principles as necessary. Finally, the state and federal governments have completed public circulation of draft environmental documents for the Delta Tunnel. If these documents are finalized, the Delta counties may participate in litigation to challenge their adequacy. If that occurs, the DCC will likely reevaluate its near-term priorities and adjust as necessary. Chair Rickman and board members, this concludes my presentation. Your board's next meeting on April 25th will include presentations regarding 2 Delta-related state agencies for which Supervisor Ding is the county's appointed representative. The Delta Protection Commission and the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy. At this point, I'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Very thorough, appreciate it. Anybody from the board? Supervisor Canepa.
I just had one question. There was an email that we received in our office that talked about doing borings or testing soil samples as part of the tunnel. Can you explain to that?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what it meant or how it meant, but it's like, this seems like they're going forward.
They are, yeah, it's a complicated story, but basically, primarily in Sacramento and San Joaquin counties, DWR has been doing geotechnical investigations on private property in both of those counties. It's been the subject of litigation that actually has gone all the way to the Supreme Court. I think they finally got their way, and they, under certain conditions, they get to go and do these investigations on private properties. My guess is the emails you're getting, and perhaps other supervisors, are from DWR's outreach team for the Delta Conveyance Project, and they're advising you we're about to enter properties, and so you might get some calls from constituents.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Open up to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board?
Hi, it's Lauren Cardinale again with the PCC. I collected some information at the Regional Army Corps for you guys to have. It's the map of what they're proposing for the tunnels. So I'll just go ahead and transmit that around. The main concern that I've heard from people in the business community is the effect of riparian rights. I once had the distinct pleasure of taking place in a hydrogeologic debate between two very large public utility companies, in which the other public utility company told one to stay away from its water line. Riparian rights are almost as important as Homestead or Williams Act rights. The state of California and other government agencies are trying to cede authority to gain access to take away the water. In foreign countries right now, they're trying to create the inability for farmers to have water or nitrogen. A lot of the friends that I went to school with in Linden and other areas are having this problem where they're being told they can't give the soil enough nutrients. I just hope that the supervisors are doing the correct policy making and connections with these people of power. They are very, very authoritarian, and they don't respect the right to property. Our farmers are what keeps our society alive. We must protect their ability to have their generational farms. We must protect their ability to use their water. It's very, very difficult for people who don't have experience in water rights to understand where this comes from. He just mentioned the Supreme Court. This is a very big deal. I just hope that the DCC Alliance recognizes that if you take the water away from our land, it will dry up. If you take the land water and you tunnel it underneath, it will dry up. There's more than enough resources at my alma mater, UC Santa Cruz, for people who actually do the water basin and drainage studies to show that this will be an environmental disaster if we don't stand up for the property right owners and for the county. One of our best assets is our agricultural exports out of our port. So I just really want to be able to know that I have links to very, very high up academic hydrogeologists, also in the hazardous waste industry. I used to do the tests he's referring to with the cone penetrometer and the boring samples. So there are resources available that I'll be sending over to you so that you can make the best informed decision. The 5 of you, including Supervisor Villapadua, are our best hope to keep our way of life alive. And if they take our water, they take the economy. It's a very, very big authoritarian power grab. And you guys are supposed to protect us. And that's why I keep saying the word protect, because without the paper and the academics that, I've luckily been able to understand, we're not a whole lot. So just keep looking out for it, and we'll be forwarding more information. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, don't see anybody else in the public. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Canepa, is that you again? You're done. All right. Mr. Joaquin, thank you very much for being here. And this, again, we know, hey, we don't have that many people in the room. However, we have people that can't come back and watch, and people that are watching the video come back and watch it another time. And so the importance of water, and what she just mentioned, our speaker, is that, hey, we have two members of this board, Supervisor Patty and Ding, that sits on this committee, and we've had supervisors before them on this committee that, we will continue to fight and oppose this ridiculous tunnel and stuff. And, the crazy thing is, if you look at this year, we've had 3 months of rain. Just, we've all seen what the rivers look like and all the water. And majority of all the water we're receiving going right into the ocean. And, if you want to talk about water and, storage and so on, we have to talk about storage. Not just here up north, but down south where, they want our water. We have to prepare. And, hey, we have voters. We approve propositions. I know we're looking at the site reservoir right now. That is like the closest one, but that's still years off the road. And just lack of preparation by the state. And I can tell you, anybody that's listening, is that, this board, this county, will continue to fight against this ridiculous tunnel. And with everything that we have, the resources that we have, which up to and including litigation, and we're not the only ones. So I just wanted to get that very clear. You get some politicians out there that come in and talk about, hey, we're fighting, they're the only one that's fighting the tunnel. But it's a fight that we've been doing, and I'm saying we, not just this board, but the county's been going on for years, and we have partners in the state. We have, state partners and federal partners. So it's a battle that's going to be fought for a while, and we'll continue to fight that. But at the end is, if we want more water, if we want more water for our community, we want more water for the Delta, we want more water, and so we avoid these drought situations, build storage, period. That is what we need to do. And the people in the state, our governor and so on, need to realize that and get out of their chair and actually get this stuff done. So with that being said, Supervisor Ding, you're up.
I'm trying to figure out how many of you there are, Fritz. Every time a subject comes up, it's you. I appreciate your work. I appreciate your participation with the DCC. I always want to say DCCC, but that's a whole different entity. For the member, Lauren, you expressed, concern. This is a phenomenal organization. It's made up of 7 counties, and the one thing that I can tell you from my previous life in D.C. is numbers and political muscle and strength works, and this gives us that angle. If we were going at them at just San Joaquin County or what have you, we'd get to meet with our representative. When I was the staff director of the committee, I paid attention to this coalition, so it is really, really important. I've got a little bit of bad news. I'm hoping you're going to tell me I'm wrong, but the drought isn't over. I was with some well drillers this weekend that were out by Acampo and Peltier, and they had to go down another 100 feet, and they said they're still dry. And they said the problem with the aquifer is the water coming from the east, the dry lands by Calaveras and Amador that used to be hard lands that they're planting crops on. Now I guess they're, wells have went in, and that's where the aquifer's been tapped. But anyway, I was, sitting there at our little sandy basin there in that area. I expected that to be a bright spot, and the water's actually lower. So tell me I'm wrong, please.
It's the jury's still out. We're taking measurements. We've been delayed a little bit because things are so soggy out there, but we are measuring. We have several hundred monitoring wells that we measure all over the county. I will tell you that the basin is not like a uniform sponge. There are areas, even they're sandy in some places, but then you'll get a clay lens and sandy channels, and so it's really hard what the overall health of the basin is. So we'll have a better picture for you within, I'd say, the next couple of months of what the overall health of both the East County Basin and the Tracy Subbasin are in terms of water levels.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And to your point, this is a we. If we say that we have successfully, there's a great big giant consortium of efforts to stop. And quite honestly, they were successful stopping the Twin Tunnel, and they came back around. Metropolitan and Westlands has influence, and they came back around with a single tunnel as if it's going to be better, which it's not. One thing that's been made very clear is that we here in San Joaquin County and this coalition will stand strong and fight back against this, because we are not sacrificial to benefit of another region or another county. So it's not our fault that they built a large city with 14 to 17 million people living in a desert basin in Los Angeles, and they need responsibilities and water projects that work for their region, just like we do here. So that said, I'm very proud to be part of the DCC or D2C. We could say. Glad to be part of that. I represent the big part of the Delta. I recreate on the Delta. I'm a strong advocate for the Delta and the sustainability of our agriculture. Also, though, to our credit for the D2C is not only are they against the tunnel, but they've also presented and worked with different stakeholders to present alternate options of what we are in favor of. And viable options, self-sustaining options, and more affordable options for sustainable water. To your point, Chair, there is a strong environmental activism against water storage. There's no reason for it to take 25 years to study sites and say that it's viable and be another about 20 plus years until they store any water there. If this was another nation, they'd have done it in years. But we in the state of California, on purpose, the environmental lobby is against water storage because they believe that will increase the population of the state of California. And that's a fact that they've openly stated and is carefully documented by congressional members that it's been revealed to them. John Couts, local farmer and winery owner, they've told him as well that they are adamantly against water storage in the state of California because it will encourage population growth. So we have a real battle in order to get past that, but that's a whole other issue. We need to stop these tunnels and other regions. We need regional self-sustainability, recycle, reuse, capture, desal, a myriad of things, water storage above, below, all the common sense things we need, but it's an uphill battle because there's a strong environmental lobby and advocacy against water storage. So with that said, the great report, and we are active and engaged, and we will fight till the very bitter end and make sure that we succeed and the tunnel system fails. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, Mr. Buchanan, thank you very much for being here, and you are our water guy.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So we thank you for your hard work. Thank you. All right, we don't have afternoon session. We don't have closed session. So what we'll do, we'll go to comments and committee reports from the board. And the first person up I see is Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair. It's been pretty busy past couple weeks. 209 Cares and Bread of Life were able to give shoes and food away at Anderson Toe on Wilson Way. It was a pretty amazing event, so kudos to those two organizations for hosting that event. Easter egg hunt at Oak Grove Regional Park. I want to thank Rochelle and Danielle. They represented the 6th floor out there, and there was a lot of other county organizations out there that did a great job. I think they gave away 2,000 tickets for the Easter egg hunt. It was amazing, and Sheriff's Department, Probation, WorkNet, and there was a whole bunch that I know I'm missing that were out there, and it was a great event. And the Easter Bunny was out there, and the park staff was out there, and they did a great job. I was able to also go to St. John's as Chenu Mehdi with Uplift All was over there, and they do amazing work. They do the laundry over there, and they showed one of their total solar laundry. I think they have enough to do 60 loads of laundry totally without any energy besides the sun, which was pretty amazing. They also had the community medical van out there with nurse and doctor and other staffers, and it's absolutely amazing over there. And we're talking about the services that need to be shared, and that was one of them, and the work that they do. So I was able to do that. I'm also was asked to be on the Community Health Leadership Board. Greg, Dietrich, and Daja invited me to be on that. So it was my first meeting attending that. And then for SAJAFCA, we were able to go to Sacramento, and I think it's probably one of the first times that we're trying to negotiate part of their federal dollars that were for Sabuca there to see if we could get them used in our area. So we were able to go and meet with those folks in Sacramento. We also met with the James Irvine Foundation and tried to figure out how philanthropy can be better used and how we all can partner and utilize those funds and through organizations in the county. So thanks for Brenna for setting that up. She's a board member, and there was other people that were there in the community. So thank you for that. They had the apprenticeship program over at the Electrical Apprentice Foundation over there. So that was nice to see the work that they're doing and getting local folks, local jobs at living wage jobs is important for our economy in our area. Delta Protective Services, Gina went to that. They celebrated 30 years of service, and they were done over there on Hunter Street, and I'd known them because our family business was right there. So congratulations to them. I was also able to go to Oasis City Center. They had an Easter egg hunt and food giveaway at McNair High School, and they do amazing work. I found out that they also are a food bank there on Hammer Lane and Tam O'Shanter, and they do amazing work. And the way that they ran the Easter egg hunt and the food giveaway, and then they had hot dogs, was an absolute amazing day for kids and family, and it was free. So kudos to them, and Stockton Unified let them use the football field in the area for, I think, $1, which was amazing too. So shout out to Stockton Unified for helping in the community. I also, for Lodi House, it's moms and kids, and went and saw their open house, and it was pretty amazing too, the work that they're doing. And it just is what we were talking about earlier, is all these different pieces of the puzzle, and they're doing an amazing job. So yeah, I poached Steve Ding's area and went to check that out, but it's amazing work that they do, and they're doing a great job. And then the most important part too is, and I'm going to say both of these because I accidentally went to the city one. They're doing a trash cleanup at Pixie Woods this Saturday, and it's from 8 to 12, electronics, and you can get free bag of mulch. And then the county is also doing one at Taft Elementary, and I just looked at the time, and 419 West Downing. So I want to commend the city and the county on doing this, because it's a vital part in keeping our area clean, because all these homeless folks aren't getting the garbage on their own. It's folks dumping it and then spreading it. And so it's important that we use these events, because if people don't want to go and pay for the dump fees, that they have local events like this. And I think it's our job to get the times and the locations out there. So with that, I will concede my time.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Canepa, I forgot to mention where you bought gas and fast food this last week. I don't know if you had any other, if you cut your presentation short, feel free to use the next 20 minutes to brief us on whatever else you did in the course of the last 72 hours.
Don't be a hater.
So, but you know, let's pause for a moment and reflect that Supervisor Canepa for District 2 just shared and announced more things he did in the last 2 weeks than other people in that office have done in the course of a year. So great job. You're doing a fantastic job, and keep it up. You're setting a new high standard, and you're going to be assuring yourself re-election with that kind of engagement. Good job.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Absolutely, and you should, 100%. Yes, clerk of the board. I want to recognize our clerk, Ms. Rochelle DeBoard, and our deputy clerk, Danielle, for hosting a craft table on behalf of the board at the Easter egg hunt over at Mickey Grove on Saturday, the 1st of April. Crowds were big, fantastic turnout. I was there early in the morning pulling weeds and organizing, making sure it was really set. You know, at 6 a.m. watching the sunrise. It was just a gorgeous morning. I'm glad everybody had a great day. I did also attend the Asian Pacific, the Filipino Ube Festival this past Saturday on April 8th. It was presented a certificate on behalf of District 1 Supervisor Villapudua. The ube, if people do not know, is a purple yam. And the Asia Pacific community is doing this. Is the first annual. It was absolutely fantastic. And I'll close with tomorrow. I'm looking forward to taking a contingency of representatives from San Joaquin County and going down to Modesto and look at what the county of Stanislaus has done with their vocational education program called VOLT. It's an outstanding program that I'm going to encourage us this board will come back with a presentation, working through the CEO's office and see what we could do, engaging with a multitude of public and private partnerships, because we clearly know that if you want a better economy, you want safer streets, less criminal activity, it's going to be through education and vocational education in particular. So I'm really excited about going tomorrow on a tour showcasing what they're doing efficiently and effectively, and perhaps bringing back something that would be actionable to this board in the very near future. So with that, Chair, I know I'm about 9.5 minutes below Supervisor Canepa's presentation, so I'll sign out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding, do you have anything?
Oh, yeah. Hopefully twice as much in half the time, though. First, I want to start off with May 3rd. All department directors, you'll be getting a memo soon from Chairman Rickman. As most of you know, the chairman has really spearheaded the effort on emergency services, and I had an opportunity, so I seized it, along with Cal Water, Shannon McGoverns, who's helping organize, and it's going to be an action seminar. They did it for all the PIOs during the middle of the storm season. Ours was a little busy handling floods and couldn't make it. So, but she actually helped set the whole thing up and then couldn't attend. So everybody will hear about that. Given what we've gone through and what we don't know what to expect in the spring with the runoff, given what's happened in Ohio with trains and our vulnerabilities here, this got to be a top priority. So I will see everybody there. And then also I want to thank the Ag Commissioner Bagri for facilitating the room at the Cabral Center as well. We had brought up I want to give you an update on the Sheriff's Department with Withrow real quick, and to the HR department, my hat's off how they both handled it. If you remember, we gave them direction. We didn't vote. We just said, let's all be good team players and get this done. They've reached an agreement. There's been 10 new positions onboarded at HR, and the sheriff will start interviews of 10 candidates. I believe it's 5 this week, 5 next week, and his 2 new positions will be filled with our July 1st budget. So the sheriff's happy, and I commend both sides for getting it done. It really will help with our protecting of our community and putting the sheriff and law enforcement on the street. Another thing I want to bring to your attention, for those of you whose neighbors complain, the only thing they hate worse than, well, probably anything else, is they're not getting Wi-Fi or their cable is down. The amount of cable theft in not only this county, but in the region is just out of control. I had a conversation with the rep from AT&T last week. We will be announcing an action item next week, and we're going to go after, and I guess what I need from this county, I want to know who's in charge of the recycling centers as far as permitting, because there's materials that are moving that are coded, and we know exactly where that wire came from. So I kind of want to know what leverage we have. But we're going to be announcing a program next week that I think you're all going to be very happy with, because your Wi-Fi won't go down. And then I also, along with Paul, want to thank Brenna for setting up the Irvine Foundation. I think it helps us when we're talking to some of the nonprofits that we're engaged in, exactly who are you? What are you doing? You're a bridge, trying to create key words and key funding elements so that we can meld in nonprofit dollars with community dollars. And then lastly, I just want to thank Paul for touring the Lodi House. I appreciate it. While you were touring it, I was listening to my son, who's part of the Lodi leadership class, who selected Lodi House as their project this year. So I'll be hitting you up for the big fundraiser coming up in May. Fantastic program. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. And, I'll finish up here. I won't go as long as Supervisor Canepa. I don't think anybody can. But now, a couple of things. Hey, South County, we're all very, very busy. Beginning of the month, we had our annual Ripon First Responder Appreciation Day. So Mayor Restucia puts that on, and every year it's awesome. Seeing the public come out, residents come out, support their police and fire. So, and all first responders. So it's great to see. It's great to be a part of. We had the Tapped On tent this year, that same day on Saturday the 2nd. It's 25 different breweries out there, people having a good time, and we kind of mentioned it earlier. It's so awesome to see a whole community, 1,500 people come out, no mask, people just having a good time, what it should be. On the 2nd, or I guess with that same day too, San Joaquin COG, we had our Stockton Mobility Collective Program lunch and ribbon cutting ceremony. Now the San Joaquin Council of Government, which I'm the chair, we officially launched Stockton Mobility Collective Project. The project aims to improve transportation options for people in Stockton looking for clean and affordable ways to travel. San Joaquin COG partnered with the UOP to locate pilot electric bike share on campus, which will be available to both students and the Stockton community. In addition to UOP, COG partnered with the San Joaquin Regional Transit District, RTD, the City of Stockton, the Housing Authority of the County of San Joaquin, in providing convenient and accessible electric bike share and electric car share stations throughout the City of Stockton. We had our Tracy Interfaith annual dinner and auction fundraiser. They do great things, and Tracy helped the unfortunate and homeless and so on. Joined our district attorney, which was here today, Ron Freitas, at the San Joaquin County Fire Chief meeting. And we did a little video to bring awareness to the One Pill Can Kill campaign, the fentanyl awareness campaign. So if you see the signs out there in the billboard, one pill can't kill, and it's so true. Just, be careful what's out there. We had our Tracy Unified School District did an amazing job. The students did an amazing job. They're performing a variety of cultural dance and music at the Festival of Cultures event. And I want to give a shout out to Director Buchanan and Mr. Tolliver from Public Works, our Assembly Member Carlos Villalpudua, and our City Council Member, Tracy City Council Member Dan Evans. Last Saturday, we had a community update with the Crowhollow Creek area, and so it's South County. And those of you that heard me talk, and Crowhollow Creek during the last 2 months had some major flooding issues, and it flooded a lot of residents and property out there. So, we all got together. There's about 70 folks out there, and listening to some of their concerns, and working with our Public Works Department, trying to find a way to reduce that type of flooding. And so right now we're working on a feasibility study and, a short-term funding. Hopefully we can divert that water if, again, we're looking at the feasibility, whether it's probable or not, into, big old holes. Like a big old gravel pit out there. See if we can use a gravel pit to divert some of that water during the emergency situation. So we're looking at that right now. That'll take about 6 months. And we're also looking for a long-term plan, of course, with the feds. So, knock on wood, I think we're in the process. Hey, we've done more in, this last 6 months of finding a solution than it had been done previously. Also, a few days ago, we met with the California Governor Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES Director Nancy Ward. He visited the San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services, and Director Lowell Allen and myself discussed the current state of the levees, recent floods, and anticipated water from the upcoming snowmelt with Director Ward. And I want to thank her and Cal OES for their continued support. If you go out by Milesville, if you go out off of Airport Road, by Cass and Grant Line, and you'll see some of the levees are being reinforced. We have some rocks out there, and so on. And my co-director there, Mr. Wilverine, knows very much. Hey, both him and I have been we're almost on the phone constantly every day dealing with Cal OES and levy issues and water issues. So, we're staying very busy, and it's very, very important. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to Rowena Donaldson yesterday. Attended a birthday party with the community in celebration of her 100th birthday, which is awesome. No, and I'll tell them I'm just hoping for 70 myself. So I'm almost there. I'm just hoping a couple more years. I know. But I'm going to try to bring her here to the board, maybe next meeting, so we can celebrate, formally with the whole entire board. But lastly, two more things. I know all of us, I think we're heading to Sacramento. I know some of us are going tonight to a CSAC meetings. So, we're out there. Hey, you may not, even at night, we're out there, working for the residents and our community. But lastly, Supervisor Patty mentioned it earlier today. I just want to compliment the board. It's awesome to have a board. We joke around, we're like, hey, we're giving, Supervisor Canepa a bad time because he talks so much. And, is that, you just
You've gone past his timeline, by the way.
I know. Hey, I hardly speak all day, but I just want to say, it's cool, it's fun that we can get up here and we can joke around and not offend somebody. It's all good fun. We get along very well. If you see, the work that this board and our county clerk and our counselors are doing and our, CAO, we're doing some great things, something that hasn't been done before, and we're doing it as a cohesive group. Like Supervisor Patty was saying, hey, we may disagree once in a while, and that's fine. I mean, we can disagree on different topics or different items and still have a great working relationship. It's nothing personal. And I think on the board level, we get that. And, hey, I'm just proud to work with you guys. It's fun. And, I'm tired of Supervisor Patty stealing my blue pens. But besides that, everything's going well. But, hey, I'm going to end it there because I know I'm still 10 minutes under Supervisor Canepa's time that he took. So with that, we're going to adjourn to Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 at 9 a.m. So thank you, everybody. God bless.
you